Hey, hey, hey! Greetings! What's up, goblins? I have some food in my teeth. A great Monday morning to you all. Hope you had a good weekend. And hope you are ready for a beautiful week ahead. I'm not even sure what I'm saying anymore. Thank you, Venom. That's very sweet of you. Early today. Yeah, it's a little earlier today. I have something I need to do in the afternoon. So, to start things off, the 1 HP hardcore challenge is not abandoned. But I was scheduling the stream yesterday, and I just didn't feel it, you know? I got a little cheesed off at the stupid cat who threw fire potions, and also, playing hardcore with 1 HP is very intense. You know, you try to be 100% focused at all times, which is a bit taxing. So I decided to do something else for this stream. But it's not abandoned, it's not dead, it's just... I think that's the kind of challenge you do every now and then, you know, slot it in portions instead of just grinding it out. So today we are going back to the beginning, my first ever live stream on this challenge. The first time I tried streaming, I did a unique items only druid playthrough, which, you know, people seem to like. I thought it was really fun to do. So I'm revisiting that challenge or playthrough or whatever. And I said at the end of that challenge, I said that if I ever revisit this challenge, I'm gonna do it in a more gear dependent character. Because I was playing a fire druid and then also as a wind druid, and I thought, you know, it is a gear challenge, so it would be fun to make it even more gear dependent. So that's why we are playing the Paladin. So I'll go through the rules before I read more chat messages to not get off track. Oh, the rules were supposed to be hidden, but now you've already seen them. So we're doing unique gear only. So, you know, let's throw away these. Mercenaries are allowed, but they are under the same gear restrictions as my Paladin. So no magic, rares, anything. Mercenaries also have to use only unique items. And I wanted to be a fighter, going back to wanting to make this challenge as gear dependent as possible. So there's gonna be no Blessed Hammer, no Holy Bolt, no Fist of Heaven. Actually, what is it? Fist of the Heavens. Why is it not F-O-T-H? Everyone says F-O-H all the time. Well, I guess it's easier to say acronym. But I'm not gonna be using any of these spells, basically. Because I want to be a fighter. I first wrote melee only, but, you know, what if I find a Kukushakaku or a Burisa? I want to be able to do that as well, and that will still make me a gear-dependent character. So I'm gonna be a fighter, basically. All charms are allowed. So any charm in my inventory, regardless of rarity, is okay. Just because, you know, it's when you use uniques only, especially as a melee fighter, or like a fighter, you will end up having, you know, some very big holes in your stats. That's gonna be hard to shore up. So I think having some charms is nice. And makes gearing... Actually, in my opinion, it makes gearing more interesting. The first time I did this, I allowed Magic Find gear. Like, I could use gear with only Magic Find until I found a unique in that slot. I'm not gonna do that this time. I think it's simpler and cleaner to just do only uniques. And quest items, I will consider as uniques because they have a golden name. And of course, all consumables are allowed. Potions, scrolls, keys, I guess. So that's the introduction for the challenge. Now, hello everyone. Hello. Hello, Debicel, German, Hey-Ho, Sarlacc, Hedbergaren, Paladin, Nightwarg, everyone. Sorry guys, I started reading every name. Hello Hammerite, hello everyone. I started reading every name, but of course there's a lot of you. Welcome every Goblin. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I do think that unique challenges are really fun to watch. I have watched Luther do them. I enjoyed this playthrough. I watched Nuclear Rabbit stream uniques only. I even rewatched my own uniques only video. I think it's a very interesting concept. It's not hardcore. I will do this in softcore. And as I said, I think when I streamed this at first, that was almost a year ago now. So I've been streaming for a year, not very consistently, but you know, time moves fast, man. It's a very unique challenge. It is indeed. Wurtzleg is unfortunately not a unique. It is a quest item, but it doesn't have the golden name, you know, so I'm not gonna allow the Wurtzleg. Oh, right, Holy Fire. I forgot to mention that. All right, the elephant in the room. If you see that any challenge Paladin, it's very tempting to go for Holy Fire because it is so strong, right? And I might, you know, it's also tricky when you make up the rules before the challenge because you might end up making it too hard on yourself. But I'm not gonna allow myself to use Holy Fire, but it's not a hard rule. So I'm gonna start this challenge off not using Holy Fire as my main aura, because then the gear isn't gonna matter anyway, right? Well, not completely, but it's gonna be way less important. But I'm not gonna ban it outright, because if I get super hard stuck, I might, you know, concede and go into the elemental auras just to deal some damage. But we're gonna try to start without the elemental auras. Holy Fire, Holy Freeze and Holy Shock. So, get ready for another super long grindy Act 1, I guess. Because we're gonna have to find a unique without the damage boost from Holy Fire and without any gear and no magic find. What about Thorns? I thought Thorns is definitely okay, so that will probably be where we start actually. I was gonna save that as a surprise for level 6. I appreciate the kind words, everyone. I'm really glad you like the challenges and the videos and the streams. I'm really fortunate to be able to do this and get so many viewers tuning in. It's so fun to do the streams live, their challenges. Alright, so since we're gonna probably spend a lot of time finding our first unique, we might as well start.
I will cleanse this.
I did mess with my audio settings a little bit, because I thought that in the 1 HP hardcore challenge it was kind of nice that the volume were a little bit higher, the game volume. So let me know how the game volume versus mic volume is, or let me know if it's bad, I guess. If it's fine, you don't need to mention it. Actually, let's do players 8 while it's very easy here in the Bloodmoor. Watch him drop a gull on his first corpse fire kill. You know, I have been really lucky on some of the challenges. I think especially gambling on the one-shot challenge was pretty crazy luck. So you never know. When is it Coke Zero instead of Pepsi Max challenge? Ah, never. At least, well, this is probably like 5 or maybe even 10 years ago, but I remember when they first introduced the Coke Zero. Then a few years after, at least in Scandinavia, they changed the recipe, and I thought it ended up way worse. So we're staying Pepsi Max. If anyone works at PepsiCo, you know where to reach me. Ah. Man, this is gonna be so annoying to pick up loot like this, just so I don't accidentally equip a bunch of stuff. Alright. Well, might... Is might even gonna increase our damage? 40 extra. Oh, well, one more max damage. I'll take it. Gambling a Galdega. Imagine, that would be awesome. Ooh, a rare amulet. Well, why am I... I can't use it. It's just that it's a pretty rare to get. I got excited, but of course it's not really gonna be that impactful for this character. So what I'm currently thinking is that we should do the Den of Evil, and then I might try and rush for the barracks as quickly as possible, because the Horadric Malus is a weapon. And I think that if we're not gonna use Holy Fire, I really need something. You know, I need some kind of weapon. What is this early ass stream? Yeah, it is a bit early. And you know, in a parallel universe, I am very consistent with my stream times, but it's not this dimension, unfortunately. It's not early, I didn't go to bed yet. I guess it's all relative. Central European time, where I'm at, the stream started at 10 AM. Perfectly fine time to start, I think. For me, that is. So for now I'm going all on in Vitality, just for more life, because it's gonna, you know, I'm probably not gonna get uniques for a while, but eventually you have to be kind of careful to not, you know, imagine if you find a really good polearm, and they can have kind of hefty stat requirements, both strength and dex. So you don't want to be in a position where you find a great polearm and then you know, can't wear it for another 10 levels or something. Manifest Knell. Yeah, Knell Striker would be nice. Or actually, imagine Rixot's Keen. That could be the endgame weapon. Is MF gear allowed? No, this time I'm doing it very purist, only uniques. No magic find gear to start. Not only to make it's not basically, well, how to phrase it. It's, you know, it makes the challenge harder, and that could mean it's more interesting. But also, if I don't allow magic find gear, I will not have to answer 50 questions about why I'm using a socketed helm on a unique only challenge. Even though some more damage would be nice, I'm not gonna put any more points into might for the time being. It's also not, I mean, going from 40 to 50 when my base damage is 1 to 2 is probably not gonna be that impactful. You have a magic chest on. Do I? I'm just kidding. I do not have any magic chest on. No crush flange yet. I mean, a bit unlucky that we haven't got a crush flange yet, but we've just started.
Evil dwells within this cave.
Yeah, rules are in the top left corner. And there you can see that, yes, charms are allowed. Charms could help a lot in the very early game. Like if I find a small charm with 6 poison damage, that is basically gonna more than double my damage, like triple my damage output. And I also think later on, because while uniques are cool, a lot of them are also absolute trash. So it's gonna be nice to have... I'm gonna go down to players 3 to make this a little bit quicker. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so basically later on as well, because a lot of uniques are cool or fun or interesting, but not very good. So I think charms could be a nice way to shore up some resistances or attack rating problems later on as well. Already level 4, that seems kind of nice actually. I remember a Gall Dagger dropping somewhere in the jail once in 2011. Well, I hope we can hope we can recreate that magic moment 14 years later. I mean, basically on every challenge, I want to find a Gall Dagger early, right? It hasn't happened yet, which is of course expected because it is, you know, rare. But we will probably gamble for one after we hit level 11, because what else am I gonna do with the gold? I guess repairs and... Oh, I guess potions. I could be requiring a lot of potions in this. And also it's already... Well, not already, but it's gonna be very soon annoying to play without a belt. Oh, small charm, nice. It's not rare, it's a unique. All right. Whose idea was it to make rare item rarity in Diablo? Ooh, bless me. At least I managed to mute myself in time. 6 extra gold. Something to look forward to in 11 levels. Bless me, thank me, I'm welcome. Exactly. Do you have any wholesome memories about Diablo 2? Well, I have a lot of nostalgia and a lot of, you know, good memories from playing the game, but I'm not sure if I have any wholesome memories. It's funny, the first thing that popped into my mind when you ask that is I remember the first time I got trade scammed. I had been playing and grinding the ladder for such a long time, or it was probably non-ladder actually, and I finally saved up. I finally had gotten up to 3.5 high runes, however that was calculated, but I had like 3 high runes and some change, and I really wanted Enigma so bad. And at the time, Enigma was going for 4 high runes, I believe. Well, not 4 bare runes, but it was like 4 Vex or an Ohm and stuff. And I finally got someone willing to trade me an Enigma for all my runes. So like 3.5 high runes. At least that's how we talked back in the day. It doesn't really make sense because it wasn't like Ja and bare runes. It was Ohm, Vex and that kind of rune. Maybe a low rune. And he did that classic, you know, when the way they used to scam you is they put the item you wanted in the trade window, so like it was an enigma in a dusk shroud or something, and then they had their inventory full, so they, you know, pretended that the trade didn't work like 5 times. Then on the 6th time they put something in their cube, so they had room for everything, and then they added the item quickly to the trade window, hit accept, and then because I had seen the same trade window 5 times and just, you know, I thought I got a good deal, so I was like, oh, quickly move. And then that motherfucker, he scammed me out of my high runes for like a socketed quilted armor. I will never forget. If you're out there, screw you, man. That was not a wholesome memory, but it was a memory of old Diablo 2 back in the day. Hey KP, is your internet back? Well, if it was you, I forgive you now, 15 years later. I wish that was me. It was me. You guys, I thought we were friends. But now I see you for what you really are. Socketed quilter armor pug. I also have a very like clear memory about someone doing a. I'm not sure how it worked. It might have been on Open Battle.net or something, or maybe it was different back in the day. But I remember there was some kind of glitch or bug, or maybe a straight up cheat that made you able to teleport in town. So I did a drop trade. So instead of using the trade window, which by the way, that should have been my first red flag, right? That someone wanted to trade by dropping the stuff on the ground instead of trading with the window. And then as soon as I dropped my stuff on the ground, they teleported in town to my loot pile and stole all my items. But that was like a skill error, not very valuable. But I have no idea how that worked, because you shouldn't be able to teleport in town. Man, this stream got dark. It's just terrible childhood trauma from getting scammed in Diablo 2. Right, so first quest.
My duty here is
Done. Let's save on our town portal. I once got scammed, switched Telrash's armor for Rattle Cage. Oh, that's nasty, because it, you know, you would trust the color. Sorry to hear that, Luther. It was rough playing video games online back in a long time ago. Alright, so... Ooh, sacrifice. I should be using that. That should boost my damage a lot, right? 2 to 3. 1 to 3. 3 to 6. Wow. Big boost. Triple damage. I wonder where I should put my points. I guess for now I don't need to put them anywhere. What does this even do? It's more damage. Oh, and attack rating. The self-damage is, you know, it's whatever at this point. How about Holy Fire Aura? No gear dependency. Yeah, that's actually the reason, because I've done this challenge before, and after I did that, I thought that next time I do it, I want to be as gear dependent as possible. So I'm trying to go with, I'm trying to not use Holy Fire Aura. But I haven't explicitly banned it, because if I get completely stuck, I want to have, you know, I want to have not closed the door completely. But in the name of making this character as gear dependent as possible, we're not gonna go for Holy Fire. I didn't watch the entire 1 HP hardcore VOD. What happened? Just taking a break from the stress? Yeah, basically. Whoops. It was very, like, not stressful maybe, but very intense. Well, no, it was stressful to play like that. So I'm just taking a sort of a break from that, doing something other. It's not abandoned or anything, just I think that's the kind of challenge that's nice to do. You know, an episode every now and then. As opposed to just grind it out stream after stream. So I'll definitely, we'll be back with the 1 HP hardcore challenge. But not today. Today we are going back to the roots by finding lots of loots. I was just going to ask if you're going Holy Fire, as that is pretty much the only way of it being at least somewhat enjoyable. Well, I still have the crafting only barbarian fresh in my mind, where we beat Act 1, since you can't get a cube in Act 1, so we beat Act 1 with no gear whatsoever. And if we could do it on a barbarian, doing it with a paladin should be a breeze in comparison. Punch Simulator expansion. We do be punching. Stony Field. Maybe, actually, for once I think I want to go and kill the Blood Raven so I can get a mercenary. Because the mercenary, even without gear, or, you know, especially when neither of us will have any gear, the mercenary is gonna deal a lot more damage than I do. A Paladin ASMR, yeah. It's either this or the... That was Blessed Hammer if you didn't... if you didn't catch that. Yeah, he does have a really good punching animation, the Paladin. Well, the Barbarian also. I think most of them have a decent punching animation, but it's like a right hook over and over. Alright, let's see if it's as good as I think it will be. Thorns. Well, these are player's 8 enemies, actually. Oh, that beautiful. Nice and relaxing way to play. Oh, all right, let's move on. I wonder actually, is it worth for me to punch if I have thorns? Because if I put them in like hit recovery animation, they won't attack me. I have a feeling they might actually take more damage from attacking me instead of me, you know, adding punch damage. Well, I guess I don't always put them in hit recovery. Okay, let's make sure to go to players 1 before we go to the Countess. No, the...
This holy place has been desecrated.
Bloodraven. I just said it. This is not hardcore, no.
My army will destroy you.
How do I want to do this? Maybe get rid of the minions first? Alright, we went back to players 1. Yeah, then it should be very easy. And you know, just for clarification, archers, or, you know, and only melee attacks are reflected with thorns. So Bloodraven, even though she also deals physical damage, she will not take any damage from thorns. And neither will spellcasters of any kind, like Fallen Shaman. Alright, this was way easier than I expected, but I guess I did play
There was no other way.
on players 8 for a long time. Replace the punch sound with a clown horn, see how long people can stand it. That's an interesting, you know, way to go about it. Try to annoy your audience as much as possible. I'm not sure what the what the benefit is. But Dip seems pretty good, and you know, we do have respec, so I don't mind putting a few more points into Thorns. I guess we can start... I do want Holy Shield eventually, so I'm gonna start working towards that. Holy Shield, I'm envisioning like Holy Shield, Seal, Fanaticism, or... Well, that's a long time in the future, or maybe we can spice it up with Vengeance and Conviction. Although I'm not sure if Vengeance and Conviction is ever going to be better than a Fanaticism Zealot. You're going to need to find a shield for Holy Shield. Well, you're completely right. That is true. I need to find a shield. And it's funny because when I did this challenge the first time, like a year ago, I never ended up filling all my gear slots. I think I did so much grinding. I even found a Shaco on that run, but I didn't end up filling all gear slots. Funny. Ooh, oddly enough. Okay, maybe players 8 is a bit ambitious now that we're going into the Stony Field. Of course, the player setting is not retroactive, so enemies who already spawned on players 8 are gonna keep being on players 8. But if I can avoid the blue guy so I don't get cursed, maybe I can tank the clan guys down. Oh, there's 2 of them. Well, part of me wants to run, part of me sees this group and is like, ooh, that is a lot of juicy experience.
I can. Greetings.
No Emplisas? Man, Emplisas moved or something. There's no Emplisa to be found in the rogue encampment anymore.
It is.
Shame. Absolute shame. How could she do this to us? Yeah. Would hammers be better? I have forbidden myself to use Blessed Hammer, Holy Bolt, and Fist of Heaven because I want to be gear dependent.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Oh, thank you, Joshua, for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Well, thank you also to Balthazar for the super chat. Can't wait for a zoomed in Sork run, Diablo 4 style. That seems like a bit of an odd one for me. Don't hold your breath for that one, playing zoomed in. So it could be fun. I could, you know, no minimap, having to play zoomed in. Or, well, not fun maybe, but it could be a interesting challenge. But it would probably just be me getting lost for like 4 hours at a time. No, Claudia, run! I should have abandoned this pack a long time ago, but now I am, you know, committed because I've spent so long at them already. Sunk cost fallacy. Just because I already wasted a bunch of time trying to kill them doesn't mean it's not the right decision to walk away now.
Thank you.
Man, some of them are getting low, but I barely scratched most of them.
Thank you.
I'm getting flashbacks from when I did the mercenary, the rogue only playthrough. She's so stupid, like she walks over here and then she turns around and walks back into all the enemies. So I mean, if you could stay over here, Claudia, and then I move forward. Oh, perfect. Here we go. Ah, man. Mercenaries, am I right?
Good day.
Yeah, it is players 8. I put it down to players 3, but all of those enemies had already spawned, so they are still players 8 enemies. Which is why they are so tough to take on. Thank you again for the super chat, Baltasar. Have you done an Act 3 Merc playthrough yet? I have not done that. I wanted to kind of do all the mercenaries actually, because I enjoyed the Act 1 rogue. Well, I enjoyed... Let me rephrase that. I liked how the Act 1 rogue mercenary video turned out. It was very grindy and took a long time. So hopefully I'll get around to it. But I haven't done it yet. I actually started a barbarian mercenary only one. And I beat normal, but I'm not really feeling that because, to be honest, the barbarian mercenary is a little bit too strong. It didn't feel like a challenge at all. Just goes around and swings his 2 swords and just kills everyone super quickly. Though the Act 3 mercenary is probably a pretty big challenge. I mean, the flat... Oh yeah, the flat thorns is doubled, so I definitely think it's worth to invest some points into thorns. Just to make the early game faster. Alright. Starting to turn the tides off, finally. Alright. Let's do a few more level rounds of vitality, then I can start thinking about saving stats for future weapons. Holy Fire for the win. Yeah, actually, the reason that you're stating that Holy Fire should be able to carry me to Nightmare is actually the reason why I'm not using Holy Fire. I think it's a little too strong, actually. Oh wow, thank you, Balthazar.
Maybe a car
10
could
gifted
spell mystery
memberships on
stuff.
YouTube. Thank you, that is very generous of you. I appreciate it. Welcome all new goblins to the Goblin Gang. Thanks a lot, Balthazar. Amplisa said she's going to carry. Amplisa saw she was going to have to carry the challenge again and went on vacation. Yeah, that's probably it. She could hear me go into the rogue encampment. Oh, Amplisa, where are you? And then she just went for it, ran away. She volunteered to do the next scouting trip to the catacombs. Well, we're gonna keep going for thorns for a while, I think. Because I guess I want to farm Andariel, I assume, because I need some gear, right? And Act 2 kind of sucks when it comes to farming, Act 2 normal, or Act 2 in general, I guess. Because you really want to farm some sort of boss, because just going around farming normal enemies, they can drop uniques, of course, but it's so rare. And if I want to farm Andariel, I need to deal a lot of damage. Again, the easy solution would of course be to just put skill points into Holy Fire. But I mean, this looks pretty good. One-shotting enemies who attack me. We did see that buckler. I'm not sure what you're talking about. This one? I can't equip that. That's unidentified. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyone have any idea how to make my shape-shifting druid less sluggish? Sorry to tell you, man. Druids. That's just the way druids are. The worst class in Diablo 2 by far. Does Magic Find affect gambling? No, it doesn't. Magic Find has no impact on gambling, so I guess we are as our gambling is gonna be as good as if we did allow Magic Find gear. But the chance to get a unique from gambling is 1 in 2,000, unless I remember incorrectly. So basically, 1 in 2,000, can that really be right? That seems extremely rare. But that's a number that's close in my head. In before Zarfen gets 40 odd choking gas potions and runs around Andariel for 20 minutes for the win. Oh, thank you again for the super chat, Balthazar. I did say that consumables are allowed, but I don't think I'm gonna use throwing potions just because they go in your weapon slot. So while technically a consumable, I don't think that I'm gonna allow fire or poison potions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
At least we can use the unique quest maze. Yeah, exactly. That's actually what I'm going for now. I think I'm gonna go down to players 1 and then try to run for the Horadric Malus as quickly as possible. And then be very careful to not speak to Charcy, which is, I'm sure it's gonna happen at some point, because, you know, when I go back to town, I usually go to Charcy to, you know, repair my gear and, you know, sell stuff, see if she has anything for sale. But as long as I don't talk to Charcy, I should be able to keep the Horadric Malus. So seeing how much damage I'm doing with thorns, that is probably what's gonna carry me for the time being anyway. So maybe losing out on that is not that big of a deal. Thank you, Balthazar, for yet another super chat. I do really appreciate it, you know, but do you know that you can send chat messages without attaching them to super chats? Just kidding, of course. I appreciate it very much. Even before Crush Flange, I hope so. That could easily be a, you know, weapon to use for the entire challenge, just because it has Crushing Blow. And also big fire resistance. That kind of gets neglected, I think. Well, when I say that, maybe it's me who's neglecting it, or, you know, forgetting about it. I'm gonna remind you to repair your Malus. I'm gonna try my best. Now that I said it out loud, I should, you know, it should be on the top of my mind. But, you know, going to town, answering some question, you know, talking about something while doing it, autopilot takes over. It's a real danger for sure. I hate seeing people use the Horadric Malus in a unique only run. Oh, then I got bad news for you, Rock the C-Pop. Are you gonna respec once you... Yeah, I'm gonna respec once I get a functional weapon, most likely. Though we do have 3 respecs, so... I also don't want to be too, you know, willy-nilly with the respecs, because imagine if I find a, you know, a decent but not great weapon, like something without Crushing Blow and stuff, just a solid okay weapon to, you know, have something to swing with, and then I respec and, you know, build around that, and then in Act 4 or something I find a super good two-handed weapon that requires lots of strength and dexterity, and I'm like, oh, I'm 15 levels away from wearing this. And if I respec, then I won't have a respec actually. So I think I'm gonna go up to level 5 maybe in Thorns. That will deal 20 reflect damage flat, plus the percentage-based reflection, of course. Dagger. Imagine, could have been a Gull. Actually, I'm not even sure if it could have been a Gull yet. It's not a unique. Unique is something you drop and identify. I don't know, man. It does have the beautiful golden text. Oh, here we go. And of course, I'm using it. How do you say? As like a false argument. I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is, but I'm covering the fact that I want to use a weapon behind, like, well, of course set items are allowed, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use the set items to smash the orb and stuff. But in reality, I just want a cheap way of getting something to attack with. I will fight you, but you're not gonna fight me with that Horadric Malus you posted. Because if I can't use it, you can't use it. Mr. Goblin, you do have stamina potions. I'm saving those for later. I'm kidding, of course. Thank you for reminding me. It's a lot to... It's surprising how difficult playing the game becomes once you start talking at the same time. I guess I shouldn't generalize. For me, it is anyway. Oops, sorry, Amplisa. Oh, well, she's not Amplisa, but she's in a way, right? By the way, while we are standing outside the tower, runes are... Any socket filler is allowed without restrictions, but they do, of course, have to be put in a piece of unique gear. We're not gonna even do the counters, I think, because, you know, it's a long time until we get a socket in a unique, but just to state it now, so, oh, look at this tower map too. Waypoint right next to the tower, and we're not gonna utilize it. It is what it is. Is Merc also restricted to uniques? Yes, any Merc is allowed, but they can only use unique items. Charms, the rules are up here in the corner. Charms, I'm allowing any charms as a way to, you know, have something to make up for the fact that I'm not using Holy Fire or Magic Find gear, just something to help out early. Though with seeing how strong Thorns is, maybe that wasn't strictly necessary. But that's how I'm doing it anyway. Like when I thought about this run, I thought that I was gonna have to lean super heavily on the mercenary. But she just keeps dying, and I mean, Thorns is doing so much damage on its own. So I think I'm just gonna run past it. Can all uniques spawn with slots? No. If by slots you mean sockets. So actually, if a unique has sockets or not is completely predetermined. And there are not that many uniques that have sockets naturally, but of course you can bring them to Larsuk in Act 5 and add one socket to a unique. But rings, amulets, belts, boots, gloves, and throwing weapons are not able to have sockets at all. In contrast to, you know, newer Diablo games. What's the monster chance to hit you? Good question. Ooh, 79. 5 defense. Well... Okay, hold that thought. Statue, that means this way, I think. It might be right, but I think it's straight ahead. I still haven't learned this map. And I'm not gonna read chat to see if I'm right. I'm gonna confidently go in this direction. Alright, it was not in that direction. Left? What? I didn't even mention left. Are you sure it's left? I thought the big plus sign in the middle was left. Alright, I really don't know. I'm in that stage where I have learned about the rules, but apparently... Oh, you're right. I have learned about the rules, but I haven't learned the rules at all. So I'm like... I'm making the wrong decision because I know there's a rule, but not what the rule is or how it works, apparently. That was kind of funny though. Ooh, rejuvenation potions, those are gonna be nice. I mean, we're not powerful, but contrast this to the crafting Paladin when he ran through Act 1 with no gear. I am like Superman in comparison to that. Oh, ho, ho, here we go. 6 to 15, that's good damage. Very slow though. And with Might Aura, 20 to 51, I still think Thorns is gonna be better. So, first unique. Yes, it is a quest item, but it is golden color. And now if I identify this, that should update the gear page. Okay, let's go for a hammer jewel. with the smith. Well, look how much damage he did. Did you see that? He like 3-shot himself. The damage I did was completely neglectable. He just killed himself by punching me. Which, I mean, 410% plus 20 base. It is a lot of damage. Maybe we can just go to... His hammer is bigger, but it worked against him. True David versus Goliath story right there. I'm actually thinking we could go to Andariel right away. I thought I was gonna have to grind a bunch of levels. But I think I could just run to Andariel right now. If I have enough potions. Well, 178 life. Thorns is OP, you shouldn't use that. How far are we pushing the challenges if we are going to say that Thorns is overpowered?
This is no place for a warrior to die.
No Thorns, no Holy Fire. Passive healing is OP, no prayer. Am I allowed to use might? Hardest thing about the challenge is no telestaff. Yeah, actually, you know what? I've stopped using telestaffs in some of my challenges because I found that some of my challenges ended up being like it's really hard to you know, fight. So then I bought a telestaff and just teleported past everything and just fought the act boss, which is a good way to play. But it doesn't make the best content, right? Also thought about doing set and uniques only. If I did, we're not doing that, but if I did, we could find that green set staff with teleport charges, I guess. Thank you, Strong Dog. You can do it. Thank you for the vote of confidence and, of course, the super chat. Oh no, I had to use the rejuvenation potion. You know, actually, man, I'm lose out on so much damage if I use a normal attack. But now that I have a weapon, the 8% I deal to myself. Okay, it was not that much. I was gonna say it is kind of significant now, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe I just got overrun by enemies. Because you deal 8% of your damage to yourself. But I guess 8% of this is still not a lot at all. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure it's not pronounced this, but N-A-J, nice, nice puzzler. That is the staff with, yeah, exactly, nice puzzler. Maybe it's nauseous puzzler. Nice puzzler, and it's nice. It's a nice item, right? Oh, it's also level 73. All right. Well, we're probably not gonna be using nice puzzler then. Well, we weren't anyway because it's not a unique, and I opted to go for only uniques, not uniques and set items. Yeah, exactly. That is the Swedish way of saying it. Nice, nice puzzler. Nosh. There is not that any words pronounced like that in Swedish, like pronouncing J as Nosh, Nosh. Alright, don't go to Charcy, don't go to Charcy, don't go to Charcy. Maybe, you know, let's pretend that this wall goes all the way over here and all the way over here, because we don't need to go to Geed, and we certainly don't need to go to Charcy. Ignore the siren's call of her blacksmith hammer hitting the iron. I really wish I had some full rejuvenation potions. Man, I have not found a lot of gems. That doesn't matter, of course, on this for this challenge, but would be nice to have. As long as only one drops, you could argue that it's unique. Then every item is almost unique, right? Oh, if you drop the hammer before talking to Charcy, it should stay on the floor and keep it being usable. Oh, nice. Good idea. I want to see her muscle. Wrong stream, Luther. You're looking for another kind of stream, I believe. Ooh. Man, cursed enemies. So I might have been a bit overconfident in saying that we should easily be able to take down Andariel. You know, Andariel isn't cursed, but she certainly packs a punch. Gamble Guldagger. Oh, I don't have that much gold, but as soon as I hit level 11, we are for sure gambling daggers for all of our gold. And I of course hope to find one, but imagine if I go and gamble with like 10,000 gold, gamble like 4 daggers or 6 daggers. Imagine if I get a gull. You're just gonna think I'm cheating. Do I want to fight Pit? Pit spawn the dog. Foul spawn the dog. Yeah, on players 1 it should be no problem, actually. Ooh, such extremely slow animations. Run. And they just won't. Why won't they attack me? They do have a normal attack, right? They don't just shoot you. I guess they figured out my tactics. They're countering my Thorns build by not attacking me. Or do they never attack you normally? I could swear that they have a normal attack as well. I guess I can do I guess I can cheese him like this. Who's laughing now, foul dog? Pit spawn foul dog. But this is a dead end. After their health gets a bit down, they don't attack anymore. Oh, interesting. I had no idea. Talk to Charcy, she will cure Amplify. Nice try, Luther. Nice try. Once I find Rixot's Keen from Andariel, I will donate the Horadric Malus to Charcy. Note that I say once I find, when I find it. Hey TTD, why not the 1 HP hardcore challenge? It's just, it's such a stressful challenge that I'm mixing it up. It's not abandoned or anything, just doing something else. I think the 1 HP hardcore challenge is the kind of thing I will do a stream of every now and then, and not grind it out from start to finish.
Good evening.
And you know, it was annoying to die last time, but I don't mind that as much. It's more that it's so intense to play. Remember to talk to Charcy first before gambling for the extra chance to get a unique. Guys, you're gonna have to try harder than that. You're doing level 1 how do you say, you're doing level 1 speechcraft trolling, you need to at least go to level 2. Make me think of something and then try to trick me to go to Charsey for like a secondary thing. You can't just say go to Charsey. I'm not that. I might be easy to fool, but I'm not that easy to fool. Now I jinxed it, of course, so now I'm gonna go there without you even having to try to trick me, I guess. Alright, level 11. No, we don't need to go right away, just if we do it before level 12. In case you're wondering why level 11 is so special, it is because when you gamble, the item level of the resulting item is random between your character level -5 to your character level +4. And if you gamble on level 11, every dagger you buy have a chance of being a gull. And you want to do it as soon as possible because your gold cost per gambled dagger will be lower that way. And also, if you want a gull dagger, you want to do it on, you know, as low as level as possible, because if you go higher, new other stuff will open up. Well, actually, that's not true, because there is only one unique dagger, I think. So it's just the gold price will be cheaper.
Hello.
One does not simply gamble into Mordor. What level recommended to leave Nightmare? Well, depends on what character you're playing. If you're playing a sorceress, you can go pretty early. But if you're playing a character that needs to hit enemies, it depends very much on your gear.
Good evening.
You can definitely stay in Nightmare to like 70 plus or even 75. I don't think you need to, but it also, you know, depends on build and stuff. Don't forget to repair. That's a good one, KFC. We still talked about it too early, like too recently, so I'm not falling for it. But that's a good one. You not even mention Charsey, just say don't forget to repair. Oh, actually, I didn't consider this. The Horadric Malus has durability. Alright. We're gonna... So it's gonna... This is not gonna last forever. But we're gonna get a Gull Dagger now anyway, right? Not a single unique. That's unlucky. Not this time, boys. Again, chance of getting a unique when gambling is 1 in 2000. So we should really not be getting one statistically, but you can't get lucky if you don't try, right? Okay, so I have 5 points here. I think I will hold off, save a couple of skill points for now. Though for what? Seal? I guess a seal could be a good attack. Oh, actually, we might want to pump a bunch of points into Blessed Aim for the passive attack rating bonus on this character, since I think we're gonna struggle with attack rating. Sorry, I think we're gonna struggle with attack rating. You can't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. Exactly. Then farm the Countess for an Ort rune. Oh, that would be so funny to repair the Horadric Malus in the cube. That would be so funny. I assume it works. Why shouldn't it work? That would be so funny. Right. Oh, actually, level 11, we could definitely do with a few more levels. Not levers, that's something else. Though actually, I also want to save some durability for Andariel, I guess. What is this character I hammered in? I guess it is. It's a looter hammered in. If you're still here, looter. Your first, or at least one of your first videos. The hammered in, the literal hammered in. I guess that's what we're playing right now. But as for the proper hammered in, I'm not allowing myself to use Blessed Hammer, because I want this character to be very gear dependent, since it is a gear focused challenge. Okay, I want to farm, but it's kind of difficult to farm. Come on, run, run, run. Claudia, you can make it.
Yes?
Oof, close one. Maybe I should just push on into the catacombs. I guess zombies on average should be pretty easy to take down with thorns. They deal a lot of damage, but not, or they deal some damage, but not a lot of damage, and they give good experience. Did you know Charcy sells items the cheapest of all merchants, while Gid always charges extra for the same item? Nice try, but yeah, I actually, let me say it like this. I know that it used to be that way. I remember actually, you know, realizing that or finding that out myself way back in the day. Though for some reason I thought they fixed that, so all merchants are equally good for selling to. But maybe they never did. Maybe that's still the case.
There is great.
Man, I am on top of my game today. Nothing you say can trick me. My brain is bulletproof.
Hello.
Rip Mercenary, yeah, and I spent all of my gold. 15 gold left, so maybe Claudia is not long for this world. She's only level 6 as well, fallen way behind on levels. And actually, her 3 to 7 damage, that doesn't really matter anymore, right? Yeah, I don't need Claudia at all. But I think I need more vitality if we're gonna take on Andariel. Can you buy unique items at Charcy while we watch? You're gonna have to try harder than that, guys. Yeah, screw Claudia, she can't stay alive at all. And I actually don't think she adds that much to the run. And I want to play on higher player settings so badly. But I mean, I keep almost dying all the time. It's like close call after close call. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's do it like this for now. Maybe we can force our way to the first Andariel kill, and then she'll drop a good item for us on the first kill. Oh, I didn't even save Deckard Cain. Well, that we should definitely do. Let's find the waypoint, and then we can go to save Deckard Cain and do Tristram for a little bit more experience. I could buy a higher level mercenary. The problem was that you might have seen that I had literally 15 gold in my stash. So I can't afford it right now. I spent all my gold on daggers. Greed got me. Greed and greed got my gold once again. It's so funny, I never knew that the Tainted only attacked you while they had high HP and then stopped. That is so interesting. Are you able to sell armor that isn't leather to Akara? In this game you can sell all items to all vendors. It's just what they sell you that is different. I mean, I'm not sure why I'm surprised, since I literally have no gear on, but I keep getting caught off guard by just how much damage I take when enemies attack me. Ooh, charm. Life charm? Well, not bad, but as long as we have this, 6 poison damage feels like very little. Oh, age, life and attack rating. That would be best in slot as far as charms go for this character. Can you put the hammer in the stash to rerun for more imbue quests? Actually, you can't put quest items in the shared stash. No quest items, unfortunately. What people would sometimes do, at least in the original Diablo 2, is that they made the Kalim's Will, or Kalim's Flail. Well, the fully cubed one anyway. Used to be a very good starting weapon, because it has no stat requirements and no level requirements, but it does deal pretty okay damage and attacks quickly. But I guess you need to drop it on another character or something. Like mule it over, old school. You can't put it in the stash. That gear check link can't handle all the gear. I regret to inform you that it is up to date. But the hammer is showing now, right? Do you see the Horadric Malus on the gear link? Or maybe it doesn't show quest items or something. It should. Because I have identified stuff. Lightning resist. Better than nothing. Might help against the lightning dogs. Yes, it shows. Okay, thank you. But you can drop... Oh, you can drop the hammer on the ground, save and exit, and then go get a new one instead of repairing it. Oh, Suni, you genius. That is so smart. That is such gigabrain. Gigabrain tactics. So what he's saying is, if I drop the hammer on the ground and save and exit the game, I don't have the hammer anymore. And since it is a quest item, I will be able to go and get a new one. Though the durability hasn't gone down in a long time. Maybe it never was at full durability when I got it. Maybe it started a bit damaged. Well, this is good. I have a lot of big potions for Andariel, and I'm going to try my hardest to not use any of the big potions when we go to Tristram and stuff. And let's try players 8 again. I should be able to do players 8 here. Now, if I find a unique from Andariel now, I cannot equip it because I have no strength or dexterity. But on the other hand, I'm only level 12, so it's gonna be pretty quick to get a few levels. Zarfen just doesn't pay attention to us. Oh, I try. I tried Mefek, but it's hard to play and read 2 chats at once. But it is hard to keep up, and it's a blessed problem to have, because You know, there are so many viewers now that the chat moves very quickly. But I do try, but not at the expense of my poor paladin's health and safety. Ooh, jewels are gonna be absolutely useless. That is kind of sad. Suffering from success, yeah. Oh, poor me. I have too many viewers. I can't read chat. Exactly. I had to go back and look at that shield because I was just thinking about, like, okay, what would I like to find? That is always, on this type of challenge, you always wanna, you know, dream about what you want to find. And I think Pelta Lunara, this would be the perfect run for a Pelta Lunara. It's a shield, it has good defensive stats, which would help with our Thorns playstyle. And of course it's a unique. It is kind of rare though, so...
This tree bristles with magic.
And of course, by going uniques only on a Paladin, I will give up on the beautiful staff mod on Targes and those kind of Paladin shields. Because I don't think there's any low-level unique Paladin shields. I only think there's like a couple of unique ones. Scroll is unique. Equip it. Yeah, can I wrap this around my torso for 5 defense? I guess the game won't let me. Ooh, that's quite a few gambles. Oh yeah, oh, Herald of Saccharum, of course. Imagine if you find a Hoss on this run. And yeah, then there's one called Alma Nigra. That's an elite one, I believe. And those might be the only two. Yeah, Steel Clash, that is technically a kite shield, but it does have +1 Paladin skills. That would be awesome. I keep finding Steel Clash on a bunch of runs. And, you know, it's not a special shield, so I often end up not even, you know, highlighting it for the videos. But this would be the perfect run for a Steel Clash. +1 Paladin skills, increased block chance. No, it's all resistances. Maybe it's both. Would be amazing anyway. Perfect fit for this run. Rune words are forbidden, right? Yes. Not because they are rune words, but because you can't make rune words. Oh! Perfect circle! Second challenge in a row where we get, or second stream in a row where we get the perfect circle. That has to be a sign.
What a tragic end.
A blessed. A sign of this character being absolutely blessed. Oh, that's true. Dragon scale as well. So there are at least 3 unique Paladin shields. But you know, I'll take any shield just because I have Holy Shield, the skill. That can make any shield a decent blocking shield. I'm trying to avoid Griswold as best as I can, so he doesn't curse me. And it's kind of funny to play like this, right? I keep walking around packs to, you know, confuse his AI. It looks kind of stupid, but I mean, it is working. He hasn't hit me yet. And now I can take him on like one-on-one. Let's walk away and regen quickly. I guess I don't need to walk. I kind of want to get hit, right? Since I have thorns. And I don't think my 7 defense. I don't think my 7 defense is really gonna make that big of a difference. I was wondering why I had 7 defense all of a sudden instead of the 5.
Hey, leave quickly.
Now I'm drinking some light healing potions because I'm too lazy to go back to town. Pick everything up and run. I kind of want that leather armor just to sell it.
I am overburdened.
I'm trying to not drink a potion. Is this the dumbest way to die? Trying to save one potion? We got it. High stakes greed in action. Well, now we'll save some money on scrolls.
Greetings. You have.
Let's keep this charm just in case.
Good day.
Ring of Greed, I wish. 11k? Sounds like another gambling trip. I don't think lightning resistance is gonna do much for me, so I'm gonna put it away for now. Charcy heals melee people. Charcy this, Charcy that. Oh yeah, welcome all viewers joining after we started. Welcome, happy to have you here.
Yes?
Thank you for all the kind words. It's so cool. I mean, it's so wild that so many people watch and enjoy my videos and the streams as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, daggers went up from 1.6 to 2k gold already, so like that 10k gold like poof, vanished in an instant. Oh, this is so nice. Question for you: have Blessed Aim always added passive attack rating bonus, or is that a later addition? It has always been an active skill, but did it always increase the passive attack rating passively as well? I don't remember that. You should say hi to Charcy. Gidsa scammer, go to Charcy. I'm disappointed, guys. I thought you could. I thought you were better at trolling than you are. Thank you for giving me content to watch at work. Shout out to everyone who's at work right now. Remember to put an Excel spreadsheet, like open it up so you can quickly tab over if your boss comes. New add-on, sir. All right, thank you, Game Jinx. Oh, it was a hidden bonus. That wouldn't surprise me. That sounds very that sounds very Diablo 2. Does working from home count? Yeah, that's of course that is the perfect setting to sneak in a stream on the second monitor. Maybe we could charge Andariel down. 9 mana cost. Alright, here's the problem. I'm gonna talk into the mic. Here's the problem. Seal, great skill, but if you have 5 hits with Seal and use a slow ass hammer as your attack, you're stuck in that animation for so long that if I use that at Andariel and she hits me like the same time I land my first hit, I'm gonna be stuck for like 2 seconds swinging my slow hammer, giving her plenty of time to finish me off. So while Seal would be very nice to have, it is also kind of dangerous to use with a slow weapon. What happened? Before I skilled Blessed Aim, it said 25% attack rating passive. Now it says only 5. Did you see that? Am I getting scammed? I am sure it said 25 before I skilled it. Well, 5% is not at all as enticing. Yeah, it was 25. It did say that. Scammed by Blizzard. Diablo. You've been Diabloed. Alright, well, that plan goes out the window then, because I'm not gonna pump this up for no gain. Let's save the skill point for now then. Level 13. Okay, let's give Andy a try. 250, soon to be 250 HP. I guess actually I might want to put some points into dexterity to have a better chance of hitting Andariel. Let's see what we're working with first. Any unique yet? No, we're just scamming the system and using Horadric Malus for now. Though I'm not leaving Act 1 until I have at least a few uniques. Depends on what drops, of course. If my first drop is a unique weapon, maybe we'll go right away. Or like a Pelta Lunara, then we can go right away. Ideally, I would like a belt. Though, I have looked into this, and unique belts, there aren't that many low-level ones. And they are quite rare. Like Lenimo, super rare. And also only one extra row of potions. Though, I mean, that is double. So I would take that any day. Snake cord. Is that a light belt? A snake cord? Passive bonus is 5% per level. Alright. Well, that seems like a pretty okay deal. But if I hover over it, now it says 5 on this level, and next level also 5 passive. It seems like the UI is maybe a little bit bugged out. Gold wrap at 27. Of course, gold wrap would be the absolute goat of belts to get on a challenge like this. But like Lenimo, Snake Cord, Night Smoke is a belt, but I think that is kind of a little bit higher level. I don't think you can find that in like Act 1 too. Looks like Andy can only drop Lenimo with 1 in 1900 chance. Yeah, that is the thing too. Ideally, you would want some magic find, which I'm not gonna be able to get. Unless I get some very specific unique. And ideally, you would farm her or kill her on a higher player setting. But we're gonna do players 1 for the first kill, and then we'll see. Mostly because I don't really think I can stand up to her on a higher player setting. Maybe if I had a few more levels, but even then, she deals so much damage. Especially her melee attack, which I guess is good news for Thorns. Maybe if I hadn't wasted all my gold, I could, you know, use Claudia, resurrect Claudia over and over and make her tank Andariel for me. Tactical retreat. I was gonna close the door, but I didn't do it in time. Buy antidote potion from Charcy.
Good evening.
Luther, you gotta step up your trolling game. Antidote potion from Charcy. Who do you think I am? Alright, plenty of potions now. I think we can do it. Maybe might have to go to town a few times. This looks good. This looks like it has players 3 potential. Though I want to save my... I was gonna stay in tank and then use my rejuve, but I only have 1, so I should probably save it for an actual emergency, not like convenience.
My work here.
Alright, Andariel down. Oh, not even 2 hours. Speed record for me. I could go and grab Emilio, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to keep a mercenary alive. So I think we're just going to stick with it as it is. Yeah, I am going to go to Act 2 to sell
Where can I take you?
max gold value loot though.
Good day.
Oh, hey Kano, thank you for the good luck. 1 enemy down, or 1 boss down, rather.
Greetings.
Well,
It feels like I want to do something, and you know, if you've seen any of my other challenge runs, the first thing I always do when I get to Act 2 is to run to L6 and buy a bunch of Magifying gloves and Magifying boots for up to plus 25 from each slot. But I guess this time we're just gonna sell the loot for maximum value, buy some potions, and repeat Andariel.
Greeting. Now that
Yeah, I love that you're using the Malus. It's so good. It's actually, I've never equipped the Malus before, and I gotta say, it kind of deals a lot of damage. Like the base damage is pretty high, like 60-15. Compared to anything else you can get in normal, that's pretty good. So let's try players 3 for Andariel next time. Oh, Horadric Staff is OP. Yeah, that would be also very neat. Attacks very quickly. The only problem with the Horadric Staff is that once you can combine it, you can use it for like Arcane Sanctuary, Canyon of the Magi, and the Tombs, and then you have to cube it to take on Duriel. So you can't use the full staff for very long, unfortunately. Should have bought more health potions while I was in Act 2. How many Andy runs before the first unique? Guess anyone? Yeah, get your predictions in, everyone. We're currently at 1 Andy kill. So the answer is gonna be at least 2. Hopefully single digits. I don't think Andariel can drop Tarnhelm. Duriel can, and that would be amazing, of course, for the magic find. And you know, there is a non-0% chance that we get a unique from a random elite as well. Like Dragon Cloud the Grim. these names, man. Oh, thank you, Baltasar, for the super chat. 30 Nagel incoming. Please. Nagel ring. I'll take any Nagel ring, but a 30 Nagel ring. If that happens, this run is going places. I completely forgot about Nagel. That is, of course, among the best items we could find right now. Not great on its own, but, you know, magic find is very, how do you say, hard to get when using only uniques. Nagel is definitely the kind of item you could wear for, you know, the rest of the run. Same for Tarnhelm and... Oh yeah, I mean, not to disrespect the other stats on Nagel Ring, attack rating, super good. On a melee character that, you know, doesn't really have any gear, any gear at all. It's a little bit of magic damage reduction, not useless. It does also have some thorns damage, though I guess that thorns damage is gonna, you know, be so insignificant to the one I have on the actual Thorns aura. Right, it's a little bit greedy to rush into Andariel without killing the other trash first, I think. Just because I could kill Andariel on players 1, maybe it doesn't make for running in and tanking everyone at the same time. Close. Just gonna heal up for a little bit and then go back in. What if I charge her a couple of times? That's so little damage. I think basically all damage I'm dealing to her is from the thorns. Oh. All this yellow, man. No uniques. Okay, that's 2 runs down. What's the build plan?
The order welcomes you.
I don't know. That will depend on what gear I find, but I think that Seal is very likely to happen. The only reason that I'm using Thorns right now is that I started out with no gear, right? Right now I'm using the Horadric Malus, so I do have a weapon, and it is pretty strong.
Good day.
But just to be able to kill enemies at a somewhat decent pace early on. Enter Cataforum players 1, then run to the very south. Change to players 8 and wait 5 seconds. That gives you players 1 HP. Spawn with players 8 drops. What? Is that true, Kano? I knew you could cheese chests by changing player settings, but I didn't know it could work with enemies. That's pretty crazy if that works.
Allow me to advise you.
Jerma's D2 VODs are my favorite videos ever. I'm seeing that comment out of question, but I had no idea that Jerma played Diablo 2. That sounds pretty funny. Oh, basically unloading monsters for 5 seconds will result in this. Okay, no, so let me make sure I do this right. So I set it to 1 now, before I go down. And then I run to... Why no Holy Fire? Well, I didn't want to use Holy Fire because I think it makes the character too gear independent. I want a gear dependent character since it's a gear focused challenge. So Holy Fire would for sure be the best skill to use right now. But I decided against it just because imagine if I find something like this, what's it called, the Skewer of Krinits, or, you know, the Saber. That would be a really cool weapon if I, you know, just ran around with like level 1 Might and level 2 Seal. But if I had Holy Fire, almost none of the drops would matter. Oh man, that is cool. Someone's gonna have to link me that Jerma playing Diablo 2 clip later. I have watched Jerma, but I didn't know he played Diablo 2. Another big YouTuber I watch sometimes is Northern Lion, and I saw on a stream VOD recently, he was talking about meth runs and Magic Find, and I was like, oh, my guy is Diablo posting. That was pretty cool. Okay, so let me see if I get this right. By the way, I say Jerma's the best streamer. Sorry, Kano. Sorry, Zarfen. All right, Paladin. It's fine. I'm not gonna be upset that you prefer such a legendary streamer. Okay, so I am on players 1. You can't see it under my portrait, and the UI has bugged out apparently. But we're on players 1. So I enter and go as south as possible, and then I put it up to players 8. Is that right? This run is in softcore. Why not Kane? Yeah, I have given up on remembering to identify it Kane. So I go all the way down here, and then you said wait 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I go players 8. So now it should be working. Is that correct? That is so crazy. I have never heard about this. Oh, you can do it straight away if you like. All right. Oh, 5 seconds out of her range. Okay, I see. That is crazy, Kano. I have no idea about that. Thank you for sharing. That's gonna help so much on this scrappy Andariel grind. I hope this is a question for Mr. Lama's next trivia. I'm not even sure how that would be phrased into a question, but always fun to learn something new about Diablo 2. Oh, I forgot my... In the excitement, I forgot about the antidotes. Right. Chill. Take some time to get your life back up. Let the region work. Potions are not instant. Potions are over time. Take it easy. Nice. Well, that is a lot of items. Thank you again, Kano, for the secret tech. So, still no uniques. That is crazy. Well, cool to learn new stuff still in this old gem of a game. Oh, you do this on the nil attack on your Uber runs. Well, I've seen you do that, but I just assumed you did it because you wanted to travel to nil attack on a lower player setting just for safety and then up it before the drop. But I didn't know that nil attack, I didn't know it worked that way. So that is very interesting. Though I have seen you do that specifically at nil attack. But I guess I didn't listen when you explained it. Next run will be the first unique. Let's hope so. What is the Malus durability at? Good question. 20? Well, it's draining very slowly.
Good to see you.
A healthy 20. Oh, actually. Oh, now we're... How do you say? Now we're cruising, or whatever. Now it's no problem. Infinite Malus usage. Which, you know, that is really good, because we might... I don't want to, but we might end up using Horadric Malus for a really long time. Because it is certainly better than nothing. And I gotta be honest, just seeing those damage numbers, which again, I haven't really considered that it has 60-50 in base. It might, even if we find another unique, it's not guaranteed to be better than this. Like, imagine if I find Stout Nail. What's that gonna do for us? Like 2 to 7 damage, some vitality. Grab Staff, then farm Andy. Do you think Staff is gonna improve the runs that much? But now I gotta keep switching the player setting back and forth. I guess that's fine. Chat is trying to troll by saying Charcy repairs better, she also steals better. Yeah, they've been trying to make me go to Charcy ever since I found the Horadric Malus, but I gotta say, Kano, I am a little disappointed in chat's trolling skills, because the attempts have been very straightforward. They need to add a layer of confusion to trick me. I mean, I'm an easy guy to trick, but I thought they were better at trolling than this. I'm on players 1. It doesn't, for some reason it doesn't, my chat is broken, so it doesn't show when I enter the message. But it is on 1 now. Though it is reasonable to think that I will forget about it. But I guess you now I see what you're saying. I should be on players 8. I shouldn't be on players 1. No, I should be on players 1. This is how you get me to go to Charcy, by the way. You give me new information, my brain overflows, and then, you know, now a smooth, don't forget to repair your gear. That would make me to go to Charcy. Waiting for Kelpie Snare to make the much-awaited return. Alright, so now we are on players 1. I go down here. I go to players 8. Oh, now it shows again. Seems inconsistent.
I am overburdened.
I don't use the bug, it's too tedious. It is a little bit tedious, but don't you think I need... don't you think I need a little bit of help? I mean, I could handle players 3, but it was very annoying to do.
I am overburdened.
Well, now it kind of feels like I have players 8 enemies. Did I do it the wrong way? Should I have done it? Did I do it the wrong way? Or maybe I walked too far down? No, I think it's fine. It's just that I'm a weakling. Some of them might... Okay, that was definitely a players 1 monster. Okay, some of them might still spawn on players 8. I think that's what happened then, because these enemies that are closer to the entrance, they are definitely not players 8 monsters. And Andariel is definitely not players 8. Still no luck. But it's good to see that we at least get a lot of drops every run.
Good day. Where can I take you?
It might be boring, but have you considered a mundane only run? Only white items, white armor, no rings, no charms. Preferably no magic items. It does sound a little bit boring. I agree. I have done a couple of playthroughs with no gear.
It's an honor to serve you.
And you know, that those were all right, and you know, the videos did okay. But they are not my favorite runs, because if you if you remove items from Diablo 2, sure, you make the game harder, but you remove such a big part of the game, right? So while I don't regret making those videos or anything, but they are not my personal favorites. Sorry, should have muted. And now I am on players 1. Should probably just run to get the staff.
It's locked.
I mean, it's gonna take a long time to grab the entire staff, right? Imagine, you know, factor in that I will have to go through the maggot lair with thorns and the Horadric Malus. Sorry. I'm not gonna stay at Andariel until I get full gear or anything, but I am not leaving without at least one unique. I can tell you that much. This time, I can feel it. Everyone manifest Galdagger. Players 8? Well, now it's working again. Right. Trying to skip a few more enemies now. Maybe I'm thinking that if I clear just this area out, I can lure Andariel down here. So then I don't maybe need to fight so many other monsters. To make the kills a little bit quicker. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Oh, perfect. Of course, as soon as I drink an antidote, she poisons me again. Man, well, I'm sad that we're not getting any uniques, but just seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items on the ground. Thank you again, Kano. Big shout out to you, man. I was expecting to do players 1 Andy runs. Maybe players 3. And in case anyone is wondering what that does exactly,
Blessings to you.
when you do this, when you kill a boss on higher player settings, you don't necessarily get an increased chance of a unique, but you get a lower chance of not dropping an item, if that makes sense. So you get more items on average on a higher player setting, which is why you see like 6 rares. Some more potions. What are we on now? Like 5 kills? I don't need... I'm buying too many antidotes. The fights are taking like 1 minute or 1.5, and I'm buying like 10 potions every time. Players 1? 1? Players 1? Nothing but nothing.
It's locked.
I tried to make a stupid character, but I couldn't come up with what to say. So it fell apart. You can add a boss's counter to the screen. That's a good idea, but I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to tab out and change my overlay after every run. There's an internal restriction in the game. You won't find unique items from act bosses if you have a quest item in your inventory. It's a completionist thing. I'm press X to doubt. How did you make your character in the 1 HP challenge stay at 1 HP, by the way? A viewer made a mod for me that disabled HP on level up and also HP on when you skill vitality, and any HP at all actually. And that mod he just sent to me on Google Drive, but I saw on Mods Nexus, whatever the website is called, there is a Diablo mod that sets your max HP to 1 and also prevents any life upon level up. By the way, Kano, I did try the assassin for the 1 HP challenge against Better Judgment, and she was really good. Once I got, just like you told me, once she got to level 12, she was so amazing. She didn't make it, but it felt so unfair. It was some absolute bullcrap way of dying, but traps were super good. Because, you know, summons are okay and all, but if you summon a summon at the edge of the screen, they are more likely to run back towards you than to, like, a skeleton or a wolf. Oh, scimitar, nice. Hold that thought. Like, if you summon something over here, you know how the leash for summons aren't that long, so if you summon something here, they are likely to just run back to you instead. But a trap, you know, that just stays and fires, so that was really good. Okay, back to the loot. Loot! Scimitar! Skewer of Crinits. No, Blood Crescent. All right, I'm wrong. What is the Skewer of Crinits then? Well, still pretty cool weapon. Lifesteal, chance of open wounds, all resistance. Unfortunately, kind of low base damage. And this weapon would have been super amazing if we went with Holy Fire. Oh, Skewer of Crinit is a saber, alright. Well, Blood Crescent, anyway, super good weapon. Would have been super amazing for Holy Fire because it attacks fast as well. I'm looking at this and I'm like, is this even better than the Horadric Malus? And I do think it is. Ta-da! Because it will attack a lot faster. And with that, I do think I'm going to pump up this to have 5 hits. And all of a sudden we're a zealot. A proper zealot. Of course, feels very good to find a weapon as your first unique on a run like this. It has light radius too. It has everything. It has memes for the chat. It has good stats. And, you know, 15 life, 15 resistance. That's very good defensive stats as well. And, you know, as someone who plays challenge runs and, you know, grinds through the game slowly, open wounds, that can carry you through the game alone, man. Open wounds is so good.
I can't carry anymore.
So I'm not gonna lie, I would like a belt.
I am over.
Light radius to be able to see the open wounds. I changed unique only to, to light radius only. If I ever were to do the light radius challenge that you keep asking for, it would be after a start like this. But I guess the Horadric Malus didn't have light radius.
Greetings.
Does set items also count as uniques? No, I did consider doing it set and uniques only. And in some ways that can be more interesting, right? Because you both green and gold loot is cool to find. And I'm gonna be completely honest, the only reason I went for uniques without sets is because I think like the YouTube title and the thumbnail looks nicer, and it's like cleaner, it's simpler. But this could very easily have been a set and uniques only run. I think we can do another one.
Good day.
Why keep the Malus hammer? Well, what am I gonna do with it? Now for all the Charcy sims in chat, here we go.
Hi there, I'm Charcy, the black. Oh, thank.
But the imbue quest is completely useless, right? Since it won't turn into a unique. Buy mana pots, you need them for seal. Oh, that's right. 38 mana. Let's do some suboptimal stat builds and put points everywhere. Yeah, that is true. I do probably need some mana potions now or something. That's kind of annoying, but I think it's worth it. Like 2 mana for 5 hits. Oh, you can imbue something for money. Yeah, that's true. If I wait until I hit the gold cap and imbue wand or something. That could be some Gall Dagger gambles, you never know. Or probably just potions. Well, it's kind of funny that I seal and deal like a fraction of the damage I deal from 1 hit from thorns. It almost feels like me attacking is almost mostly cosmetic. Like, so it looks like I'm actually fighting. I'm gonna try and walk back a little bit so she moves forward. Look how silly it looks when he seals without a shield. It's like... That's not something you usually see, right? Oh, amulet. Well, no more uniques, but yet again, once again, like 6 rare items. I'm just so happy to see a bunch of loot. Did you like that? Maybe we can do that for one of the trivias. We do see if Mr. Lama's interested in doing Diablo 2 charades for one of the trivias.
Good to see you.
Right, players 1.
Yes?
I mean, the bleed is gonna definitely help. Maybe not so much against Andariel. I didn't see how much it does, but it open wounds, the bleed from open wounds, that is based on your character level. So on level 15, I don't think it deals that much damage. But once you get to like 20, 30 something, it starts dealing like maybe... Well, I guess when you hit with seal, you attack very fast, so you don't get the full duration of the open wounds, because it is over like 8 seconds. But it will be like like several hundred damage in total. Elmao, now do barb with staff cast animation. I remember, this is a very old video from like the old days of YouTube, but there was a... I'm not sure, but it was an Asian guy anyway, who did very low budget, you know, animations with his body for the StarCraft units. I'm not sure if you've seen that. He has like cardboard on him and then does StarCraft 1 unit animations, and it's so funny. It's a very old video, I think, so I'm not even sure what to look for, but it's super funny. Or maybe it doesn't even have cardboard, maybe it's just his body. Do you have a magic find level that you aim for this kind of run? Well, I'm not allowing myself to use any gear other than uniques this time. Last time I did it, I allowed magic find gear, and then, you know, for this type of challenge, it would be as much as possible, basically. Otherwise, like, the first 100 magic finds, super impactful. There are diminishing returns, but the way I play the game, I like to maximize magic find as long as I can, for as long as I can, because that will help you so much. But if you're talking about end game grinding, you know, if you want a rule of thumb, somewhere between 150 and 250 is a good level to aim for. But it depends so much on the character, right? If you're a sorceress and have like the Oculus, then you get, you know, a powerful item and lots of magic find for free, quote unquote. Without, or sorry, let me rephrase. Then you don't really sacrifice anything to get magic find, because the Oculus is a great sorcerer's weapon anyway. So, you know, the real answer is quite complicated, because you don't want to sacrifice too much for magic find. Ring.
I am overburdened.
Ring. Not this time. You know what? I should also gamble. Carbot animations. Is it Carbot? Well, just to clarify, it was not. It wasn't like an animated thing. It was some guy just, you know, doing the Hydralisk. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing charades now, but it was more like charades, not an animation of the units. Maybe it was Carbot animations before he started doing animation, like graphic animation work. No, it's not day 9, is it? Well, then in that case I was wrong about it being an Asian guy. Zarfen, can you flex for us?
Hello.
Sorry, just in case your wives and your girlfriends are watching, I don't wanna, you know, make you look bad. So let's do a few more Andy runs before we move on. And if nothing else, the experience has been pretty good, or already level 16, you know.
Yes?
Oh, players 3, it should be 1. But let's do a little bit of gambling now.
Since the rogues have been moving back
Before
into their
I
monastery, they haven't been
come to
buying
my
anything
senses
from
and
us.
realize it's not worth it. Maybe I should be gambling for a belt instead, but I mean, imagine if we get the Gull Dagger. Maybe in the future we can gamble for something else, but now it's gotta be daggers, man. Let's not go to 0 gold, or actually let's go to 0 gold for now, and then let's not gamble for like the rest of the gold we get from Andariel. Because it's gonna be nice to have some Merc Resurrection money and some potion money in Act 2. Tarnhelm, question mark. I don't think I'm high enough level. Level 16, I don't think that's high enough to get Tarnhelm. But I could definitely be persuaded into gambling skull caps instead of daggers. And it's gone, yeah. My trust fund evaporated in an instant. Why for girlfriend? I am more afraid you will convert me after flexing. Oh, you. I think I saved and exited the game. Let's just run it back. Merc might be able to survive now. Oh yeah, that's true. Level 16 Merc with some potions. Yeah, might be able to. Though on the other hand, I don't know how much a mercenary is gonna add to the team right now. No worries, we'll get a Gull from Dagger. That's the Spirit Hammer, right? No need to waste a bunch of gold gambling when we're gonna get it from Andy anyway. Oh, Tarnhelm is item level 20. Thank you, Straylol. I do appreciate it. You often look up the nitty-gritty for me while live. I do really appreciate that. So that means that from now on, I'm gonna save every penny or every piece of gold, and then at level 25, we're gonna spend it all on skull caps. Normal people might consider gambling circlets at level 25, but we're gonna gamble skull caps. Let's move down. Man, I don't think I've messed this up once yet, the player streak. Blessed Aim could be alright, but I actually think my chance to hit Andariel is pretty alright. Only because I'm such high level. Or such decent level, I should say. It's not like unheard of being level 16. You know what? A Manald wouldn't be too bad. I would actually go kind of crazy for a Manald. I would prefer Nagelring still, of course, but Manald for Mana Steel sounds pretty good to me, actually. By the way, is it Manald or Manald? Manald Heal? Manald sounds better, but Manald Heal sounds a little weird to me. Manald Heal. It sounds weird either way. Ring of Mana Steel +2, you know which with the one I'm talking about. it's Manald, not Manald. Oh, thank you, Quistagard. I guess I should have known better than to ask a chat how to pronounce something, because what are you gonna say?
Good day.
It's Manald, not Manald. Manald. Sup, Zarfen. Good luck, have fun. Any idea, is it possible to beat Diablo using only gear which starts with the name D, A, B, L, and O letters? I'm sure it is. I have considered doing such a challenge before. Like, I can only use gear that starts on a certain letter or whatever. But I haven't gotten around to it. It's a little bit convoluted, right? That could be kind of fun. Very weird gearing options. I'm saying it Manald, I think. You know, probably because that's how regular schmuck used to say it when he finds it. Manald. Seal with might or thorns? I still think I'm more of a thorns paladin than I am a seal paladin, actually. So I'm gonna stick with thorns aura out for the time being. Make sure we are on players 1, and we are. So I think if we get to level 17 and find at least one more, we could move on. And we dance down into the corner. Go up to 8. Ooh, cursed. That is kind of nasty. I think I have to go back to town to get that off of me. Or maybe it will wear off naturally before I fight Andariel. Yeah, it did. It doesn't last that long when it's from such low-level enemies, right? It's not like in Hell, where you get cursed and then like 2 minutes later you're still cursed. Oh, I didn't drink my... Run! I didn't drink my antidotes. A little sketchy. Let's regain some life. No need to go down to like 20 life. Oh, she died by open wounds. I was like, how did she die there? But it was the open wounds, of course. Thank you, Rustina Fulton, for becoming a goblin. Welcome to the Goblin Gang. I appreciate the support. What was that thumbs up?
The order welcomes you.
Thank you. Ooh, what a sweet ring. I'm gonna go to Act 2 to sell it. It deserves its full value. So, top 3 items I would like to find. Number 1, any belt. It's not gonna be that good, but just for more belt slots or potion slots. Number 2, Number 2, Nagel ring. Number 3, probably Pelta Lunara. But you know, anything I can equip at this point. You know, another weapon would kind of suck right now. But anything that I can equip, just to fill out another gear slot, would be nice. But something like a nail ring that I can wear for a really long time, or...
Blessings to you.
Gorefoot, if those can drop, they have some run speed. And Mana Leech. Oh, Gorefoot would be awesome, actually. But otherwise, there aren't that many decent items that Andariel can even drop, right? Ring in your inventory. Well, thank you. That was the reason I went to Act 2 to sell from this, like in the first place, but I forgot about it, I guess. I'll sell it next run. The spear could have gone to your mercenary. Well, the mercenary will be under the same gear restrictions as me, so no rare polearms for the merc. Or maybe, oh, you mean that I can find a polearm for the merc, maybe? Yeah, that would be cool. If I find a spear, that could be pretty nice. You went to the gym and now the Malus is gone, sad face. Friendship with the Horadric Malus has ended. My new best friend is Blood Crescent. Would you do a Summon Necro in the future? It's one of my favorite builds, and that doesn't get much love. It is also one of my favorite builds, and I'm gonna leave you with such a teaser. I have something in the works with a Summon Necro, but I'm not gonna tell you what it is. You'll have to see, and it's probably gonna be a while before you see it, but there is a Summon Necro in the works. Oh, and thank you. I'm just gonna kill Andariel. Thank you, WD Fade, for the Prime sub on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Hello from YouTube. Hello, rare Swedish killer rabbit. Welcome to the stream. I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, which I guess many of you know at this point. Welcome, everyone.
Stay a while and listen.
Nice of you to join me on this fine Monday. I guess Mondays are never S tier, but we'll make the best out of it.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
By dreaming big, hoping to find good uniques. Players 1, we are already on players 1. I'm not sure if it's even worth going after the elites down here anymore. I mean, they can drop stuff, but it's very unlikely that we'll get anything from these. And the experience isn't that good anymore, being level 16 and all. Maybe it's better to just run past them. I mean, we are players 1, and this is Act 1, but those enemies didn't hit me, and they fell kind of quickly to my seal. Which is a good... good sign, I guess. So this time I'm not gonna forget about the potions. Actually I gotta drink them a little early just so I know that they are live or on. Alright, level 17. So one more unique and then we'll move on. It would be a great time for a unique Andariel. Alright, and...
I am overburdened.
One problem of, you know, power grinding something like normal Andariel as well is that not only doesn't every single item have a unique, but even something like a ring mail, I'm not sure if Dark Glow can even drop from Andariel, because you need the item also needs to be high enough level to be able to get what you're looking for, or to roll as a unique rather. But now I already committed to staying for one more unique, so that's what we'll do, I guess. Yeah, some Crushing Blow would go crazy with that kind of seal speed. But it is also, it's kind of unlikely to get Crushing Blow on something that's not a weapon when you're doing uniques only. There is like Venom Grip has Crushing Blow, Rattle Cage. Probably some more gloves have Crushing Blow, but it's kind of rare. There are some, a good amount of weapons have it, of course. But then you're not guaranteed the quick hits from a scimitar. Oh, Twitch Throw. Can she drop the Twitch Throw? That would be awesome, of course. In endgame worthy weapon. The reason I don't run Holy Fire is because I want this character to be gear dependent, and I think Holy Fire makes it too easy. It would definitely be the best build for this though. But I mean, almost none of the uniques you could find early would matter at all if you had something like that. Can Azurath still drop as a crystal sword, or is that... No, unfortunately, yeah, that's only way back in time. Azurath is only a faceblade now. Not that it... like when they introduced Azurath the faceblade, they removed Azurath the crystal sword. Unique? No unique. Azurath Crystal Sword is ancient history. It hurts to hear, but I guess you're right. It is becoming ancient history. I've lost count on how many runs we've done a long time ago, but it feels like we're due for another unique, you know? Only 1,889 Andariel runs left. Ooh, Blood Fist would also be good, yeah. And Dimok's you, the unique bardish. Emilio would like that. Actually, maybe if we go for... Maybe if we go for another mercenary than Emilio this time. Just to make it a unique experience. Since Emilio is so common on this stream. Oh, Grey Form. Isn't Grey Form awesome? Like Life Leech and 20 Cold and 20 Lightning, 20 Fire. I might be mixing up two unique armors in one. But there is a couple of really good low-level unique armors. Torch of Iroh. I would hate to find a unique wand or any unique weapon really. Or I wouldn't hate it, but I would prefer something else, since I already have this one. And unique jewel.
I can't carry it.
Maybe it's better to continue in Act 2 normal.
Hello.
Into Act 2. Probably, but now I am pot committed to extracting one more unique from Andariel. But I mean, up until this point, like up until level 17, the experience was good as well. But now it's sort of, you know, just trying to brute force a unique. Maybe some gamble for the Gal. I said I was gonna save my gold now to 25 and then try to gamble Tarnhelm instead. I forget which challenge it was, but we did find a Tarnhelm from Duriel on some run. I don't remember which one, but that was pretty awesome. If you keep leaving those rares on the ground, I might start crying. But wasn't that like just longbows and sabers and stuff? And those don't really sell for much. Well, they can sell for a decent amount, but my inventory was full. Though I guess it adds up. Right, a few too many enemies around. Let's see if I can lure her over here. Run, run, run! Not good. It was inevitable. Is this hardcore? Well, there you have your answer. And I talked about it too, that there were a few too many enemies around to feel comfortable. But I didn't take the necessary steps to safety. Right, here we go. It's the stupid dogs, they don't hit me, they just stand and attack from far away. Run, run, run! Not even rewarded. It's been hours and still no gear. What are you talking about? We have a scimitar. But you are right. We are so due for another drop. Okay, I take that back. That was one of the weapons sold for like... It was like 4.8k or something. So I take that back. I should sell those things as well. Illegal belt equipped. Whoops, where did that come from? It's not... It's an illegal belt. It really is. Oh, did I not pick up the gold? Now that looks like I picked up the gold. You are wasting gold on ID scrolls. Well, before you say that, I'd like you to calculate the time I save by not going to Kane as well, and factor that into the average Andariel run and the average drop and average rarity and how much that sells for. Then come back to me, please. It's just so hard to train myself, or like retrain myself to use Kane after having identified from the tome for years and years of magic find runs. Players 8. All right. And now we're so due for a unique. We are so due. Oh. Thank you, Balthazar, for another super chat. Kane, more like Kane. Yeah, exactly. Oh, green. Yeah, more like Kane. True. Man, we are bound to find greens, like set items. But that was
The order
sad.
welcomes you.
Sad to find. Do we have any antidotes? Yeah, I have plenty. That character kill was compensation for wearing a belt. Okay, fair. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I could definitely do set and uniques, but now I've already started it and made the thumbnail and everything with uniques only, so maybe another time. But it would be really nice to wear a shield, even, and you know, poison damage, poison length reduction, useful against Andariel. Oh, another run, yeah, for sure, sometime. Because you know the whole this format, like doing X type of gear only, it is very repeatable, right? Because every run will be very different. So this could definitely be something we do with even more characters in the future. Is the goal for this hell or just complete normal? No, this is definitely something that I intend to push to and through hell.
I am overburdened.
One of the reasons I chose this instead of another challenge is that a lot of my runs so far have been very normal focused. So I wanted something that definitely would have the goal of going to hell.
Yes.
Yes?
Goodbye, beautiful amulet. Actually, what am I ever going to do with an L rune? Maybe first. Are you guys getting tired of the Andariel? Players 1. This is exactly what I signed up to watch. Yeah, I think this is exactly what a unique only run is gonna be like. At least for the early parts. It would be really nice to get up to Mephisto. So, you know, it's gonna be fun for the stream and everything if we find at least one unique per act, I think. But the really fun stuff starts dropping a little later. That's for sure. Here's 8. This time I'm making sure to take care of all the dogs before fighting Andariel, to not repeat the fatal mistake from a couple of runs ago. Ooh, small charm. And unique ring. Unique ring. Oh, unique ring. Is he cheating again? What are you talking about?
Good day.
There's no cheating on this channel ever. Okay, with this many items, it does make sense to go to Kane. What are you talking about? There's never any cheating on this channel. Cheat chat choten. I have never choted on this stream. Thank you for pointing it out. I had no idea I was wearing that armor. It's not cheating if he doesn't see it. Yeah, that's true. Is it cheating if I'm not aware about it? I guess it is, but I guess the silver lining is that I can't accidentally equip a rare. Well, I guess I technically could, but Now we're due. Again, every round I feel like we're due for a unique. Oh, but soon we might go and visit Charcy again. For all the Charcy enjoyers out there. Just don't check your speed and you're not speeding. Alright, fair point. Another charm! Let's hope for some elemental damage. Or actually, let's hope for some attack rating. My chance to hit Andariel is very good, but of course I am level 17. Oh, here we go! Unique ring! A few runs too late, but that's what I called it like 2 runs ago.
Greetings.
Perfect. Now we move on to Act 2. Max damage, max damage. Am I gonna carry around 2 charms in my inventory for 2 max damage? I mean, it is worth it because it is like 10% damage or something. But also, that is a lot of inventory space. A 12 Magic Find Grand Charm I would wear in a heartbeat. I would carry around a 1 Magic Find Grand Charm if we found one. No, no, no. Alright. Good call. Oh, I didn't even look at the ring. It is a Nagel ring. Perfect. Below average roll, but 75 attack rating. I think that's a pretty high roll. I forgot about the ring. That's so funny. I just moved on and forgot about it and was like, what is this ring? And yeah, we found a unique. Nice. Magic damage reduction. Magic damage reduction is gonna be very helpful. 75 attack rating, very helpful. And of course, 20 magic find. I mean, going from 0 to 20 is such a huge gain. Gotta do more Amdi runs now. Now I think we push for Mephisto, or I guess Andariel first. I wonder when I will swap to another skill. Well, for now, maybe I should go sacrifice for more seal damage. I think so. What else am I doing? Like saving for synergies? Defensive auras? Oh, perfect. Oh, I guess I should go and grab a mercenary. And I do see the value of getting a Blessed Aim mercenary. But since I'm not gonna have any gear to give the mercenary. Players F3. Since I'm not gonna have any gear to give the mercenary, I think they're gonna be kind of weak, which makes me want to get Prayer. Maybe the council will have some loot too. The council is gonna be so tough though with my low def resistance. Man, this is tough. Let's go back to players 1. With so many archers, I think I'm gonna skip fighting for the most part and then try and catch back up on experience in the desert. Oh, Claudia, no thank you. Alright, we don't even have Emilio, so now it's a good time to try someone else. I guess the only prayer one is Hasaid, so I guess there isn't much of a choice to make if I want the prayer one. Oh, 75 attack is max for Nagel. Well, then we got the perfect Nagel ring. Not the perfect you usually think of, but perfect in one way. Yeah, we got the saber already, Blood Crescent. Maybe the best weapon we could have gotten from Andariel. Though I am not using the elemental auras, Holy Fire, Holy Freeze and Holy Shock. Which for those auras, this would have been one of the best weapons you could have gotten, like, period, because it attacks fast and all your damage comes from your aura. But it's still gonna be good, I think. Yeah, 20% on the Nagel ring. Max attack rating. Very happy to have gotten that. Mostly because it's gonna be so hard to get any magic find with only uniques. Barring lucky drops, of course. Well, that is always true, I guess, to get any unique. Especially, like, since I had none, going from 0 to 20 makes such a big difference, like, compared to going from 80 to 100 or something. Should have kept doing Andy for a second ring. I mean, it is tempting, but it's also nice to get some progress in. Because, like I just mentioned, there's not that many good items you can get from Andariel. Apart from... basically, we got two of the best ones, by far. Gonna spend my stat points. We can level up and get the rest. Also thinking that now that I have the saber already, or the scimitar, the Blood Crescent, if I find a big heavy polearm now, I'm not as sad if I can't equip it. Firstly, because I can give it to Emilio, and secondly, because I still have something to do. Sorry, I still have a weapon then that I can use with the Blood Crescent. Trying to rush Rudament a bit. And this was not it. Oh, I looked over at chat and saw pizza for lunch. And now I am extremely jealous. Oh man, I went over here and then turned around, and it probably is over here. Sorry, Zarfen, it's fine. Enjoy your pizza, man. Enjoy it doubly so. Ooh, Radament might be tricky. Alright, no, he deals so much damage to himself. Book of Skill, thank you.
Rest easy, man. I am overburdened.
Good day.
But your Emilio is not named Emilio. Yeah, there is something wrong with him. I'm not sure what, but I'll try to fix it in the future.
Welcome to my shop.
So what should I be doing with my skill points? Vengeance is interesting, but that kind of wants a big heavy weapon. Our concentration is better than might, at least. I do want conversion at some point, because I learned that this is such a good skill on another challenge I did kind of recently. I want 1 point here just to unlock Holy Shield later. Oh, I really need to go to the bathroom. You can discuss my next skill point placement while I go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Hello.
I think actually that you get the benefit from the quest reward even if you don't turn it in. I'm not positive, but I think that's how it works. How do I show both my gear at once? I guess I can't. This is the most recent one. Be right back. Alright, we're back. That was a much needed bathroom break, man. And also the chatter talking about his pizza made me so hungry. This isn't a pizza by any means, but it is something. A cheese sandwich. Sorry about the mouth noises. Maybe I should mute myself while I eat. Lingongruva. It is lingongruva. Like coarse lingonberry bread, I guess is the best direct translation I can come up with. Very nice. I'm just gonna mute myself while I eat, just because I don't know how bad it sounds, and we'll just move through the desert and I'll be right back. Alright, we're ready to roll. What do you think, guys? Is it better to use the thorns, since it's still doing a lot of damage? Oh, my nightmares, spear cats. Die! Sorry, I got sidetracked. Because right now, with concentration, that adds kind of a lot of damage to Emilio. 18 to 32, 25 to 43. And of course my attack as well. Yeah, I think so. Mostly so I don't have to keep switching back and forth to the long-ranged enemies, the ranged enemies. What do you do runes for in this challenge? Upgrade, yeah, upgrade items. That could actually be really not important, but really impactful if I could upgrade a weapon. Maybe not this one, because the ED is not... Well, the ED is alright, 76 is not bad. But for example, if I find a normal belt with just 2 slots, upgrading that. If I find a decent normal unique, this is actually pretty decent. You could upgrade that. And also if eventually I will socket something, or you know, you can find uniques with sockets as, you know, fixed rolls. You could use them as socket fillers. But yeah, I'm not sure. Runes aren't gonna be that impactful. So for example, a Nef rune, I will never use a Nef rune for something. Because I don't think that is used in any upgrade recipe anyway, but it's gonna be like Rals and Tals and Fall runes and stuff. Because there's not gonna be any crafting and no rune words. Right. Oh, Goblin Toe. Yeah, I hope your Goblin Toe will drop for me too. That would be amazing. One crushing blow. Right now I would really like a pair of Gorefoots actually. Run speed and mana steal, mana leech. This bone snap actually cool. I always get hyped up when I find it but never use it. I can totally relate to that. You know, some items you always go like, oh, nice, fine, that's so cool, but then you don't end up using them. To me, yeah, Bone Snap is a really good item. I sometimes go two-handed mauls, maybe more so on barbarians. But I could definitely see this character using a Bone Snap if we find it. And speaking about items that are good to upgrade, Bone Snaps are amazing to upgrade. Of course, a Paladin can really make good use of a shield, but we'll have to deal... no, how do you say? We have to play the cards we are dealt, so if we drop a big fat two-hander, we're gonna have to use it. Oh, Rixot's Keen would be awesome as well. That is such a crazy item. It has Crushing Blow, it has... oh, actually, maybe it doesn't tap open wounds, actually. That is the Gnasher, maybe I'm thinking about. But Rixot's Keen has good ED, bonus to attack rating, and Crushing Blow, and it's like a level 2 unique or something. Very good, very strong. Also, I'm not sure why I am keeping so many gems. Someone before mentioned that I could use them to re-roll wands and stuff to sell for gold, and I guess that is valid. But it's gonna be really hard to make use of a gem, because even if I find something with a socket, it's definitely gonna be worth putting a rune instead for like resistances or something. Mana pots in stash. Oh, good call. I didn't even see them, but yeah, I put them there just so I wouldn't have to buy them in the future, which is such a weird min-max play, considering like I'm leaving gold on the ground here, but I'm min-maxing, saving potions in the stash. Oh, nice. You use two Rixot's Keen, one from level 2 and one upgraded as like twinking gear. That's pretty cool. Oh, hold on a second. Rail, Sol, Perfect Emerald, normal unique weapon. Tal, Shale, Diamond, normal unique armor. Thank you, TTD. My brain is not working. I was gonna say my brain isn't fully functional today, but I guess it's never fully functional. I forgot that you need gems to upgrade. So we're definitely gonna keep the gems then. At least emeralds and diamonds. Should one take a bit of kladdkaka for fika or just be happy with kanelbulle? I mean, it is a Monday, so at a Monday I would take any fika that is offered. But if I had to choose, it would be kladdkaka any day of the week. Like a soft fudge cake, I guess, is the best, like the closest comparison I can think of. Oh, lucky level 2. Played Diablo 2 with friends on and off over the years. Bought Resurrected a couple of years ago and got stuck at Duriel fight. This channel makes me want to go back. Oh, nice. Yeah, Duriel can definitely be a big pain. Of course, I have played this game so much, so I kind of always end up abusing Duriel in one way or another, at least in normal, because he's a tricky fight. With, you know, thawing potions, maybe try to use some summon or some mercenary to take the heat. I might be a good level when we get there, actually, since we farmed Andariel for a bunch, but this character might struggle a bit against Duriel. But once again, I think our Thorns aura might be really strong against Duriel. 410% damage returned. Thorns aura and, you know, carefully walking back and forth to regen a little bit of life between his hits could be strong. Because basically, well, now we do have a little bit of magic find, but I'm not really counting, or sorry, I'm not really expecting to find uniques when I'm just playing through the area like this. Of course, it can happen, but I'm expecting most of our uniques to come from farming. Zarf, have you spoke about surströmming in this stream yet? Pickled herring? No, I had kind of a rant about it another time, but it's not something I talk about every stream, I guess. Actually, I'm gonna pick this up and just identify it to make sure that the nagel ring is... Alright, that was a very sloppy play. Maybe I don't need to do that in the middle of battle. Just wanted to... Ooh. Magic find ring. Just wanted to make sure that the gear was updated on the gear link. But could have probably picked a better time to do inventory management. If you did not know, 9.5 out of 10 tombs in Act 2, you will find what you're looking for if you go left out of the entrance tile. Oh, thank you, Suni. I have not learned how to read the tomb maps yet. Is it all tombs or is it only Talrasha's tombs? I was moving to say rip even before you even died. Am I become predictable? Once you see Zarfen start messing with his inventory and talking to chat in the middle of a fight, get your tombstone emojis ready. Well, it sure seems to hold true so far, because we didn't find the next level yet, and it's to the left. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Hey Zarfen, nice to catch you live. Bara bus too. Yeah, it did well, right? It ended 4th in the Eurovision, the Swedish Sauna song, Swedish-Finnish sauna song. Pretty cool. Of course, it's number 4 is not a victory, but it's kind of funny. And it's kind of, you know, it's fun to see a not translated song make it so far. I'm gonna pick up the cube just in case I die, I don't have to go back. Confidence at an all-time low. Nothing happened. Like I thought my sword broke, and then I see a yellow helm icon. That's not supposed to be there. Is there any way to craft a unique? There is not, but did you know that way back in the day, I think 1.07 or maybe, well, one of the early Lord of Destruction patches, you could actually cube uniques. For example, with the, I think you could do with 3 rings to make an amulet. You could get set and uniques that way. There was a bunch of weird things going on with the cube in the early days of Lord of Destruction that have been patched out, unfortunately. Well, I would argue that a lot of them were a little bit too strong. Like, if I recall correctly, you could also make, like, you know, the resist ring recipes, like putting an antidote and a ring and something else into the cube and make a jade ring. That could be a bugged set or unique. So it was a unique, but then it had the 30 or whatever poison resist on top. Very strange. Okay, let's keep moving. By the way, we'll be continuing the one-shot challenge. At this point in time, no promises. I don't know. I could definitely go back and continue it into Nightmare. But I don't have that planned right now. We'll see. And not weird maybe, but one thing that like with me and that challenge specifically, it's beating normal was to me a very cool achievement. I did not, when I started it, I didn't think normal would be possible, so that was very cool that it happened. But to me at least, beating Nightmare isn't that much of a, that's cool to do, that much of achievement. So if we're gonna continue it, I want to take it to hell, and I have a suspicion that hell is literally impossible because the bosses have so much resistance and life. Well, maybe someday, but if it happens, it's not gonna be, you know, in the near future. Now I got like a flashback. I remember finding an ethereal Lenimo once in the Far Oasis. Would prefer a non-ethereal one, of course, but that could be cool. Yeah, I think if whoa, what was that bug? I was about, what is this place? But it was just a graphical bug. To continue that challenge would require extreme amounts of grinding, I think. Let's see if we can find the waypoint before going down into the maggot lair. Ethereal items only run. I like ethereal items only, in theory, because, you know, if you envision a character in ethereal gear, it is kind of an interesting problem. Like, okay, how do I fight? Do I try to kite? Do I rush through? Do I fight as much enemies as possible? Gain experience and hope to find more loot to replace the gear we have. But for example, on this challenge, how many ethereal items have you seen so far on this character? Not a lot, right? So I think ethereal items are a little bit too rare for that to be really fun. But I could be wrong, it could be super interesting. Goblins are built for grinding. That is true, that is true. Well, we are only on players 1, but this seems perfectly fine. You know, hacking away. Not having too many problems forcing our way through. Trying to see if I can save a mana potion by not drinking one. Ah, yeah, I could. Using the level up for mana. And I guess now that we have the Blood Crescent, we will probably not end up using the Horadric Staff as a weapon. Well, we still might. It has some pretty good stats. But like open wounds on this thing might be really nice to have against Duriel. Hey Zarfen, where are those damn nail rings when you need them? Well, actually, they're right here. They are right here, Mr. Sour Yogurt. Kind of crazy, yeah, possibly the best thing we could have found from Andariel. Well, a Gull Dagger, of course, if that can even drop from Andariel. I would think so. Yeah, I guess you could use a mod to make all items ethereal, but then... And that's kind of interesting. But then you could also just make it like forbid or ban repairs. Like use any item but you can't repair them. Like ban Charcy and Farah from the game. If you have 2 nail rings, are they still unique? Interesting question. I guess they are in this circumstance. But speaking of that, did you know that... And this I don't remember which patch it was, or if it was a classic versus Lord of Destruction thing. But it used to be that if a unique item already were in the game, it couldn't spawn again. So uniques used to be properly unique. Sounds like the no gold run from Nuclear Rabbit. Yeah, exactly like that. You could do like a no gold run, so you can't repair, and I guess not buy any potions then. That basically, you know, becomes the same challenge with, well, with some extra challenge on top. You know, if you've seen my streams, I buy a lot of potions from town. Oh yeah, the 10 durability part. Okay, so you mod it so every item only has 10 durability. And are ethereal. That is rough. Imagine going a sellout, you know, killing 20 enemies, then your durability is gone. I guess that was another thing. I saw a really fun video in... I think I saw it both in Skyrim, sorry, a really fun challenge in both Skyrim and Fallout, where they modded the game. If you play the Call of Duty, there's a game mode called Gun Game, so every time you kill an enemy, your weapon switches to something else. And I thought, how funny would it be to do something like that in Diablo 2? So every time you kill an enemy, you are assigned a random weapon. It might be a bit much with every enemy, since you kill so many enemies in Diablo 2. And I have no idea how you would implement something like that, but I thought that was a very fun concept. Thank you, Balthazar, for the super chat. What's the tender ability? I don't understand. I assume, coming from you, I assume it's another pun, but I unfortunately don't understand it. Your ability, tender ability. Is it a musical pun? Tender ability, tender ability. All right, I got you. Oh man.
I am overboard.
Thank you for the super chat, you jokester. Oh, that gun game thing was even a thing in Counter-Strike. Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, I used to really enjoy that in Call of Duty. Black Ops, the first Black Ops. I think that had gun game. Used to play it split screen with a friend. Lots of fun. Speaking of repairs,
Stay a while and listen.
maybe we can find a sod rune on this run. Wouldn't that be a super fun troll moment to socket a blood crescent or some other really low level unique with a sod rune to not have to repair it all the time? I'm surprised with how few potions I'm eating, drinking, I guess. Which is a good sign, I guess. Charm? So I'm thinking that Tarnhelm is gonna be the next big one, the next big thing to hope for. Of course, Goblin Toes. I'm not sure. Goblin Toe, that is a pretty low level unique, right? Should be able to get that already, I think. But I'm not certain. Strange map, this one. Tear Haunch. I mean, yeah, Tear Haunch are good. Some stats, some all resist. Oh, this was level 3. I was looking for a right entrance, but I didn't I didn't realize we were already on the 3rd level. Challenge idea. Mod Diablo 2 to be pitch black, must wear items with plus light radius. What is it with you guys and light radius? You guys love light radius. What is the deal with light radius? I really don't get it.
Thus,
Greetings.
The Staff of Kings. You know what? I lose out on open wounds, but I gain a lot of base damage. We'll give it a try. I guess I only considered using the Staff of Kings not the Staff of Kings. I thought only about using the Horadric Staff, but I guess the Staff of Kings is also pretty good. Mod D2 so every stat is replaced with light radius. Oh boy. And if nothing else, this looks kind of funny, right? Like a big bonk, 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 bonk. I wish Diablo 2 had a lightning system which would allow for a day-night cycle. It kind of has that, actually. It can turn into night. No, I'm not talking about the Lost City night, but it can get darker if you stay long enough in Act 2. It doesn't really change anything, I think. It's just annoying that the screen gets darker, basically. I'm still thinking about Bone Snap. Yeah, that would be fun. Though I feel like I need a shield because I'm already kind of not being able to tank much damage. But Bone Snap would be pretty great. It is a slow one. But Bone Snap is definitely the type of item you could use a socketing quest on and then use that for the rest of the run. With some...
Thanks.
With a Shale Rune, of course, to speed it up. And I guess this has bonus damage to undead as well. No, it does. Oh, it does. I'm blind. And there are a lot of undead in this act. Should stick to the outer wall. Look for the exit. How did you even get past Act 1? With the Horadric Malus and Thorns. Thorns is really... I mean, I don't use Thorns often, but it is surprisingly strong. Yes, did you see those? They one-shot themselves on Thorns. Even at level 5, it reflects 20 flat damage and 410 percentage-based damage. So it is quite strong. Blind? You mean you need more light radius? Alright, fair, fair. Oh, here we go. An ethereal bone snap with light radius instead of ED. Now we're just talking crazy here, I feel like. Waypoint. Oh, I wish I had some stamina potions still. Any upgrades or only staff? The only uniques we've found so far is still Horadric Malus, Blood Crescent, Scimitar, Nagel Ring, and now Staff of Kings. Stamina potions, you can get one at Charcy. Now I'll go to Charcy as much as you want. Oh, so it was up here. So I took the long way around. Man, that's rough. Alright, it happens in the desert. Let's see. So it should be literally right left of the entrance, yeah. It happens. It happens a lot in Act 2. Watch me go for a fourth way Arcane Sanctuary later. I wish they would take stamina out of the game. I used to think so. But also, you know, you can end up in positions where you run too much and then you run out of stamina when escaping from some enemy. And that can create kind of a fun, intense moment. But that is only for like the start of Act 1. After that, it is only like an annoying stat. Oh, hold on. Now I'm gonna go back to what you said. Let's go left from the entrance. Or is this left from the entrance? Interesting. If the entrance is this way, is left right on my minimap or is left on my minimap? Yes, left is right. But you can't say just left. You need to specify if it's left on the minimap or left on the map. Or in right. Left is right, right. Oh, I should have known better than to ask. Left is always right. Left, it's from the back. Left, it's from the back wall, the one without a door. Oh. Right, okay, the tile is... I see, okay, so because the tile is oriented in a certain way. So, shout out to everyone who told me which direction to go when they didn't have a clue themselves. just saying a direction out loud, that felt good in the moment. Oh, I guess I have to fight Fangskin for once. That wasn't too bad.
The light can
Actually, is it better to use the amulet as an amulet? No, it's not. I think it gets much better like this. Actually, it gets lower minimum damage. Scam. Maybe I should have read anyone say anything before I made the decision. But it looks cooler. I'll give it that. Just because I decided to not use Magic Find gear. Of course I found a ring with 12 MF and an amulet with 7. And those are kind of rare.
Good day.
Undo the merge. Yes. How do I separate them, guys? I want to... If I right click it.
Impossible. Impossible.
No, unfortunately it is impossible.
Oh. I have... You may not...
Oh, I need to talk to Drognan. Oh, Staff of Kings was 10 to 15. This is 12 to 20. What are you talking about, Zarfen? I don't know. In my mind it was 15 to 20, but you're right. It was 10 to 15. Ooh. It's been a long day, right? But at least it's been a while since we left Act 1 on the first stream of a challenge. I guess we technically did last time, but that was a long-ass stream. Level 2. It would be so nice to be able to do at least one Duriel kill. So let's try and rush. Hope for a good... Pray for a good Arcane Sanctuary map. So dark in here, if I only had more light radius.
This surely is the product of a twisted
Big
mind.
light radius, always represented in my chat. I guess I have been skipping a lot of monsters, but I really have not gained much in the way of experience in Act 2. Oops, I meant to just double check that I didn't accidentally wear any illegal loot. Can you upgrade the staff? You actually can. You can do a bunch of weird stuff with the quest items. But they do turn into rares, I believe. So they would no longer be unique. So it will keep the name, the Horadric Staff, if I remember correctly, it will keep the name, Horadric Staff, but it will be a rare instead of a unique, which is kind of odd. But I don't exactly remember. It's been a long time since I messed with those items, with that kind of stuff. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, doesn't it transform into an axe or something when upgraded? You are right. I think it transforms into a hand axe, actually. I forgot about that, Darkcool, but when you said it, it's like... It feels so right to me. I really think it does. Which is super strange on its own, right? That could be really fun to do sometime. Just, you know, do a run with quest rewards and just break them as much as possible. Do really weird things with them. Though I'm not sure if they still qualify as a quest item if you do that. Like if you upgrade it, can you find another Horadric Staff to progress the quest, or are you stuck? What's the MF? It is 20. All coming from Nagelring. Yeah, insane luck to get Nagelring as our second unique. Well, there are only 2. I guess Manald is also available, so there are only 2 rings, but, you know, very lucky to get a unique ring from Andariel. Trying to rush through so I can make it to Duriel at least once before... Well, I guess it's only 10 minutes to the 4-hour mark. I'll go a little longer. I'll try to make it to... I should have time to push a little past the 4-hour mark so we can get to Duriel. But it would be nice if the game could meet me halfway and give me and not give me a 4-way in the arcane. I'd really appreciate it. But it is also not completely risk-free to just run past a bunch of enemies, because if you get stuck and then they sneak up on you from behind, you get surrounded. It's not like I have great defensive stats. 300 life is totally fine at this point. But like no shield, no defense even, 10 defense. No, I do have pretty okay resistances, I guess. Well, not okay. I have some resistances, let's say it like that. I'm going here, then I'm switching to throw the game off. Now it spawned... it tried to spawn a 4-way for me, but now it's gonna be this. Alright, I need more potions. Why not open the chests at the end? Just because I want to hurry to Duriel. To save a little bit of time, basically. So I can make it to Duriel before I have to end. 90% of the time you need to go down each wing to find the final one. Yeah, it's weird how that works out. 10% of the time it's first wave, 90% of the time it is last wave. And it is kind of funny to me because, as far as I know, or I'm 99% sure that there is no way to read the Arcane Sanctuary, which is so funny or odd because almost all of the other maps do have some sort of, you know, indication of where to go. Like at the very least, you know that if the entrance looks a certain way, you should go in this other direction. But I guess since this is always looking a very static map, or a static map at the beginning, and the ends are random, like truly random, as far as I know. But I gotta say, even using the Horadric staff, we're kind of fighting, you know, dealing pretty good damage. Especially considering we're not using Holy Fire or Blessed Hammer or anything, just Seal and good, like a good honest concentration and Seal. Like it's not much, but it's honest work meme. Oh look, the trick worked. When I went to the left and then went down to trick the game. Let's see if I can lure him. All right, one more shot. Can you shoot me? All right, go in for the kill. Finding lots of runes in like the last 5 minutes. This run will go to hell, definitely. Well, that's the plan anyway. And I do not think that's gonna be... I mean, we will have to do a bit of farming along the way to make sure we actually deal some damage. Actually, let's keep that for now. But the plan is definitely to go past normal.
Good day.
Yes.
All right. What tomb are we looking at? Double down arrow, all right. The summoner dropped a key. Oh, did he? Key of terror. No, key of hate? Key of hate at home. I always confuse the top one with the one next to it. Thank you, Baltasar, for the super chat. I've started including Cold Crow on my early route because of the Hand of Brock and Gull and Blizzard's breaking of infinite gold gambling. All right, yeah, they removed the gold gambling. Cold Crow. Yeah, I know she can drop a lot of good low-level items, but I have so many childhood memories of going into the cave and getting absolutely obliterated by Cold Crow. Right, so in this case, does that mean, is this left then? Is this direction left? Because this is the back wall. Should I go top right? Correct. That would be my guess. Alright, thanks guys. Yeah, it's not the Key of Fate, I was just kidding. That can't drop until hell. But it's funny that he drops a key, but when you say that the summoner dropped a key, you usually mean something else. right? A gem that I'm never gonna use. My I was gonna say my 6% lightning resist Grand Charm pulling a lot of weight, but I didn't even have it with me. It must be back in town, in the chest. Retreat!
Good day.
And prepare for 6 unique TP scrolls. Duriel is rough, man. Duriel is rough. Lord of Town Portal scrolls.
Greetings.
I really, really want Vigor. But is it... Yeah, I guess it's worth. Might as well unlock some of the skills now. So cleansing could be niche useful. Oh, I need to grab I forget his name. Emilio's stepbrother. Emilio is called the sorry, Emilio. Duriel is called the Prince of Pain because his loot table is very painful. That checks out. That checks out. Will you also do Ubers with this run? Interesting. I have not even considered that because I never take my runs to Ubers. Let's not promise anything, but let's keep that open. If there was a run to go to Ubers, it would be with a Paladin. Because I'm not very good at Ubers at all, so I could definitely use the help of a cookie cutter build like Smite. Part of me wants to just run past everything, but I'm also only level 20. I'm feeling that Duriel is gonna be super difficult. Ooh. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, thank you, Balthazar, for another super chat. I didn't notice. I guess that's what I get for having the gold drop sound as a like super chat and donation notification. Detour Act Bingo Run, where you have to do randomized things in each zone and need a bingo to proceed to the next act. I see what you're saying. I kind of like that. I've been thinking more and more about those kind of, you know, putting the challenge outside of the run. Which could be a lot of fun. So I think there will definitely be something like that in the future, where I have, like, you randomize stuff outside of the game. I guess it would have to be planned a lot, so there's you know, a good variety and fun stuff to do. But yeah, I like that idea. I'll put if I end up doing it, I'll put Kill Cold Crow on there for you and see if we can get some of that sweet loot. And I need to go back to town again. There's like no chance I'm gonna kill Duriel. He's just gonna eat me up. Maybe with thorns and just full inventory of potions. But in tough situations like this, it's nice to rely on your mercenary to tank, but he can't really do that anyway, right?
Good evening.
Emilio, I've got something to tell you. You missed a lightning shrine. Oh, I guess there are a lot of lightning beetles. I should pick that up. Community run where one person donates gear for Act 1 or a couple of areas that you have to use. Aren't I just gonna be trolled to use like cracked boots and ethereal non-magical short sword? I missed the lightning shrine again. It's fine. We're gonna find the tomb any time now. Oh, it is here. Thank you again, Sunny, for telling me about the left trick. I had no idea. It seems to work really well. Very consistent. At least once I understood what left means, but you know, it worked out in the end. Bonk, 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 bonk. Right, here we are. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the Horadric stuff. I enjoyed the time we had together. I will never forget you. And thank you for opening the path ahead. That was a nice goodbye, right? Show some respect for what it's done for me.
Stay a while and listen.
Duriel. What are we gonna do against Duriel? Well, first we're gonna drink antidotes.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
I guess I don't need 5 minutes of antidotes. I'm either gonna kill him quickly or go back to town very quickly. This isn't gonna be a 10-minute fight, I promise you that. One hit Duriel. Imagine. Tiger Strike Paladin. Well, actually, you know what? We do have open wounds. Oh, this looks really good. This is gonna be no problem. Alright. Was worried for nothing. How? I don't quite understand how it was such a pushover. That was a lot easier than I expected it to be. I'm guessing that maybe open wounds helped a lot, of course, but maybe thorns did more than I think it did. Nice. But even especially, I mean, how well I was able to stay alive as well. I guess my cold resistance is 72 with the bonus from Blood Crescent, and I think I have a charm as well. Yeah, 7 cold resist charm, and of course the antidotes. No, thawing potions. Nice.
Good evening.
That would have been nice to wear. 60 attack rating, life steal, half priest duration. Well, the end of the act went quicker than expected. So, I should call it. But I mean, we could surely squeeze in another Duriel run or two, right? Surely we could do it. Zarfen killing Duriel in his underwear. It's funny. So in some ways, I wish I don't wish that the characters were naked, but like it would be fun if instead of having the base armor with nothing on, it would be cool if he just had his like white tunic and just his green pants, like no no leg armor, no bracers, and no body armor at all. So he looked like just, you know, green pants and white tunica. That would be funny. Isn't Merc cheating? How, in what way is Mercenary cheating in a unique items only run?
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
Do you consider mercenaries to just be items? Are they just objects to you? That is not very respectful. Put some respect on Hasaid's name. And now I will try to run past everything, which is of course dangerous, but when you run somewhere, like if you're gonna run a boss, you don't want to fight a bunch of random stuff on the way. Ah! Okay, that was lucky. I might have had to save an exit if I got stuck between a bunch of ghosts and lightning beetles. Looking for an opening. Imagine, well, I don't even know how the blood crescent ended up in my hands. Luckily, good thing I saw it. Man, what a rough spawn. That was a rough spawn.
Hello.
How may I help you?
Don't worry, chat would have exploded if you didn't pick it up right away. Imagine if I didn't pick it up, saved and exited once getting surrounded. I'm not even sure what happened. I guess I did like this and then tried to run away, and yeah, that must have been what happened. Like I misclick and then trying to play fast. Inventory management in combat isn't for all of us. I don't know why I do that so often. I guess it is because I'm trying to play somewhat quickly. You know, I've been watching too many speedrunners, I think, because they drink potions, then they run, and in the short downtime they have between where they click and where they go, they like click, 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 fix their potions and stuff. Man, all the freaking doors are ambushed, booby-trapped. I'm not gonna lie, it would be kind of nice to have Holy Fire now. Just clear out the trash. I'm not even sure if it's worth, because not only going here, we can't, I'm pretty sure I'm certain we can't use the magic find trick that I just learned against Duriel, because there is nowhere to, you know, retreat, like we did with Andariel. And also his drop table, as we have discussed, is kind of crappy. He has a really high chance of dropping town portal scrolls for whatever reason.
Who goes there?
So we might not even grind it out for a unique at Duriel.
Good day.
But I won't have time to make it to Mephisto, so we can do a couple of repeats. Might get lucky.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
If I had a better map, like a better tuned map, we could definitely do it, because Duriel himself is kind of, I mean, he's not easy, but it's very doable. It's kind of safe anyway. Yeah, what kind of drop is this, man? Duriel birthed teepees from his egg sacs. Ah, that makes sense. That was the Duriel drop we all know and love, right? The quest kill, that was suspiciously many items, like actual items.
Greetings.
Arrow bolts and TP scrolls. Yeah, it was like ammunition refill. Oh, sorry. What did I say? Level... Oh, I said level 25, right? We have a bit to go before we hit that. For the next gambling session, I mean. I think he's trying to leave the chamber, but it's also too big to fit through the portal. So he is just stuck there with all the town portal scrolls. Okay, that checks out. That I could see that being the case. All right, maybe we got a little unlucky the first couple of runs. This seems a lot more manageable. Speaking of being too big to fit through, the gore bellies can get stuck indoors as well. Now, those made it through luckily, but... Eye of Eldritch, +1 to all skills amulet. Yeah, that would be really nice.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Okay, that was a very good tune.
Thanks.
I tried to get the aggro back, but it's kind of hard. Let's regen some life. Oh, a shield would go such a long way against this guy too. Please, more TP. Do the outer tombs and just go to the left. You will take you to a super chest.
Hello.
But you can't get uniques from super chests, right? Or can you? Nice amulet. Nice jewel, I mean.
There's nothing the right portion can't cure.
I guess it is nice that it is nice that they drop portal TP scroll so you can get out of the so you can get out of it. Better farm Andy some few more times, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm only gonna have time for like 3 to 5 more runs, but we could definitely go back to Andariel. All right, let's do a few more Andy runs before we end the stream. For guaranteed loot. No, I'm only level 20, so I think I skipped a lot of enemies in Act 2. And I mean, it felt like I fought a good amount, but I guess I skipped anyone I could. Beetle Burst would be good for experience, but not for loot. Level 20. Maybe experience is what I really want. Or no, sorry. Maybe experience is what I need. What I want is, of course, more uniques. There's 8. He has decent loot, especially in your situation. But it's so rare to get uniques from non-act bosses, right? compared to act bosses anyway. Actually, I'm only 3 levels higher than when I was here the last time and farmed. Kind of funny. So another Nagel to set up for the next stream, that would be really nice. Oh, I don't have any antidotes. A bunch of useless throwing potions. Well, that was certainly a quick and easy kill anyway.
Yes?
Tell that to Pindleskin. I mean, I've had dry streaks from Pindleskin of like well over 100 runs without a unique. But Beetle Burst is certainly interesting because the experience is definitely something I'm interested in. If nothing else, to get to level 25 so we can do that Tarnhelm gambling I was talking about. Faster round walk would be nice, for sure. Take your Merc with you. Good call.
Hello again.
I would be very disappointed if he can't stand up to Andariel now at level 20. Okay, he's only at 19. Although actually he might not be that great against poison damage. But if I tank, at least I get Prayer Aura. Or I guess I don't right now because he's too far away. But in theory I get the Prayer Aura. Double wrist blade. One more. Peasant crown. Yeah, that would be really nice. Yeah, for sure. Some really good loot opens up once we get to Nightmare. There are some cute stuff, and you know, there are definitely some good stuff and in the normal, but a lot will be very mediocre or kind of cute. But once we get to Nightmare, there are definitely some really good options that open up. How far are we into the stream? A little over 4 hours, so I will have to end it soon. The stream, that is, to be to be clear, because I have to go do something in a bit. And we have beaten Duriel, so we are in Act 2. But instead of starting Act 3 and, you know, maybe finding the spider jungle waypoint, I'm ending with a few loot grinds instead. Here we go. Sword is breaking again. I guess we can also visit Charcy once before the stream ends, for all these Charcy enjoyers. Oh, and we got a level actually. What gem was that? Oh, it was skull.
Yes.
Back to a player's one.
Good day.
It's very cheap to repair your gear when you only have one piece of gear, though, I'll say that. Oh, I have the cube now. Don't forget you can put stuff in the cube. Good point. I'm gonna try using concentration this time instead and see if it's... No, it's no way concentration is quicker than Thorns against Andariel. I'm like walking back on that thought immediately. There's no way that that's faster. I do have 2 pieces of gear, but that is right, but rings don't have durability. But I do have 2 pieces of gear. No denying that. It would be so nice to find another unique. I mean, if I forget the antidote potions, you can really deal a number to you. Oh, very nice! I'm so glad we went back to Andariel. Not to be too, like, results-oriented, but that was definitely the right call. Nice. Boots, yeah, new gear slot. And of course, they are... I've talked about these boots several times already. Gorefoot, run speed, mana steal. I guess that's it, but I mean, those are... They are a piece of unique gear, first of all. They are actually quite nice. Run speed is very hard to get, you know? I mean... Sounds obvious when I say it, but on a uniques only run, it's kind of extra hard to get. And mana steal as well. For seal. Perhaps one of the, like, after Blood Crescent and Nigel Ring, this might have been one of the better items we could have found from Andariel. And I mean, there's so many crappy ones we could have gotten, so it feels like we've been really lucky with the Andariel drops. Of course, another Nigel Ring I would have preferred. But these are definitely above average Andariel uniques. Anti-Andariel amulet. Very nice. So let's make sure to go to Act 3. Now you can seal for days. Exactly. There are very... mana potions are cheap and readily available. But it's so nice to be more or less self-sustaining when it comes to mana. So having some mana steal, especially with an attack like this, costs 2 mana.
Hello.
And hits 5 times. So you have to be really, even if you deal low damage, you have to be really unlucky to not go infinite with your mana on a setup like this with 2% mana steal. Beautiful. Hey Zarfen, are you gonna do another 1 gear per rarity run? I think that was fun. Oh, I thought that was fun too, actually. You know, one rare, only one of each rarity, so 1 magic, 1 rare, 1 unique, etc. Maybe. That stream didn't do very well though. But I like doing it, so maybe. Whoops, I was gonna stand there and be all cool, like... Here we go. So, to recap. First we found Blood Crescent. Very decent sword. Then we found Nagel Ring. Perfect for a run like this. And then Gorefoot. Mwah, chef's kiss. Stomping boots, yeah. Very nice. Congrats on the boots. Thank you, thank you. Gull Gambling. I actually want to save my gold now and try for... On level 25, I want to try Tarnhelm Gambling. What class was it with? It was Sorceress, to be fair, which maybe, you know, a Sorceress challenge is never as interesting as a gear-dependent character. How much damage is on those boots? Do you mean reflect damage or do you mean kick damage? How about a run where you have to use the unique you find? Like, so you have to re-equip if you find something... If you find something bad late in the game, you have to use it. Maybe, I don't know about that. Yeah, it's kind of odd that only the assassin can see the kick damage on boots. It doesn't even show up on another character. Alright. Today was really fun. Good progress, for sure. 3 very solid pieces of gear. You know, only 3 pieces of gear, but definitely solid ones. I see some Mephisto farming when we continue this. So thank you everyone for hanging out today. Had a really good time. I wish you a great week ahead, and perhaps we'll see each other on Friday. So yeah, have a good rest of your Monday. And I bid you farewell.